Hey, how's it going, guys? This is 9 Noons back with another Silent Hill video. Today I'm going to be playing Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition on the PC. So, not much to really say about this. So, I know if you're coming back from the very first Silent Hill video I did for the 10-star rank, this one's going to be kind of similar, other than the fact that this is not the 10-star rank run. If you're looking for that, that's going to be coming out soon. I'm just working on getting some routing done and obviously like getting through all the endings to actually be able to obtain the 10-star rank. Currently, I've only gotten one ending on this save file, which is I got the in water ending just due to the fact that I find that one to be the most annoying to have to get for me personally. For this specific playthrough, I wanted to get the leave ending, if you know what that one is. I'm not going to really spoil too much about what it does, just in case this is the first time you played this game. But I'll explain on how to get that ending and some of the other ones if you're curious. So I'm kind of going into the options here over and over, just so that it doesn't play the beginning movie again. Which I'll play that one before we start playing the game, just so that you can get a good idea of what the game's going to be about. So for this playthrough, this is going to, like I said, be different from the 10-star rank playthrough because I'm playing this live. I'll have a timestamp somewhere if you want to just skip to where the beginning of the movie plays at the beginning of the playthrough. But for just here, for the first few minutes, I just kind of want to explain a few things. So for this playthrough specifically, let me restart. So Silent Hill 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. I've played this game probably around, I don't know, maybe like 15 or 20 times. I've probably beaten this game, probably closer to 20. PS2, the awful HD collection, and now I'm playing the enhanced edition, which I don't. Just as a side note, I don't really have too much bad things to say about this version of the game. As you can see, like it says enhanced edition on the front. Main menu. Obviously, all the things that they've added to the game is fantastic, but I do have one gripe with it that I'll get into once we start playing the game. But everything else has been pretty nice in this version of the game. As you can see here, you can go in and set all different types of things like noise effects, shadows, fog, advanced filters, lens flares, and health indicator. I think a lot of this stuff is in the original PC version of the game, but yeah, so the reason I'm making this video instead of a 10-star rank video right now is just because I wanted to do a actual legit full playthrough of the game without any sort of time restrictions, and to just go over the story of the game and be able to read the different memos and watch the cutscenes and whatnot. I wasn't able to do that for the first Silent Hill because I was obviously going for a certain ranking, so I had to skip a lot of things. It was more focused on the actual gameplay than the actual like narrative. So I kind of want to do like a narrative-driven playthrough of the game before going into the nitty-gritty of, hey, you need to do this, 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 and this, and the gameplay aspect of the game to be able to achieve a certain rank. Which, like I said, I'll still do that, but I feel like Silent Hill 2, especially for me, definitely deserves a video of its own, of just a playthrough, a standard playthrough. I'm going to be playing on normal difficulty and normal riddle, just to keep it very simple. This game is not very hard whatsoever. I don't normally die when playing this game, even on hard mode, but are certain sections of the game, and I won't spoil it, where you could end up dying by accident. I have died a couple times playing this game, but comparatively to the first Silent Hill game, this game is extremely simple when it comes to the combat. The enemies are a lot less lethal, I would say. So I'm going to go ahead and probably go ahead and start this up. And then after I play this movie, I will come back to the main menu, and then we'll start the game up. So I'm going to go to the movies. I don't think. Okay, so I was just looking at the movies just to make sure that there wasn't any sort of spoilers in there, but I don't think there really is. So I'm gonna play the introduction collage that normally plays, and then after that we'll go ahead and start up the playthrough.
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real.
All right, so that was the introduction to the game. It introduces pretty much all the characters in the game. Sorry if you're hearing any of these. I forgot to mute all my phones. Let me just do that right now. Sorry, this is like not going to be a professional playthrough, but all right. Also, sorry if you heard my terrible chair in the background. It's old and squeaks a lot. So, this man, I was gonna say something. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and start a new game. Like I've said, I've already done the in-water ending. I'll get into kind of a little bit of the few things that we're going to have to do for the 10-star rank video, but I don't want to get into it too much just due to the fact that that's not really what this video is about. But so we're going to do the main scenario, Letter from Silent Heaven. We're going to play on normal and play on normal riddle level.
Mary, could you really be in this town?
Okay, so now that we have control of our character, we can actually start playing the game. I'm not going to get into too many things right off the bat just because we're going to have a cutscene just here in a minute, so I'm going to go ahead and play that.
In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. A dead person can't write a letter. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then, why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us, staring at the water. Could Mary really be there? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
Okay, so I would say that that's a pretty interesting summary of what the beginning of the game entails here. So, as you can see right here, we're playing as a person named James Sunderland, who has come to the town of Silent Hill to find his dead wife or late wife of 3 years, who sent him a letter telling him to meet him in their special place. So he's coming looking for her, but again, like I said, she's dead. So it kind of complicates things. So we can pick up the map right there, and I'm gonna tell you right now, the way I play these games, I pretty much am just constantly looking at the map. So this is what the map looks like. Obviously the green arrow is us, and usually if you're ever lost in these games, which I feel like this is, maybe not entirely pertinent, considering if you're watching a playthrough, you're probably not going to need this information. But if you're ever playing through these games and you get lost, usually you can find where to go just by looking at the map. So it's telling us that we need to go to Rosewater Park, as you can see, because it's underlined right there. How to get there? Well, we're going to find out. So, and I love the ambience right now. It's so good. So you can see the sign there. It says Toluca Lake. And as you can see, the Enhanced Edition has some pretty great visuals. The fog is completely intact, which you cannot say about the HD collection, which is a mess of a port. But this version of the game is very good, bar one issue that I have with it that you'll see pretty soon. So you can hear something out in the woods. Obviously, some of the textures are obviously still low quality. Like if you look at the trees, they look pretty bad. But again, this is a game from 2002 that was originally developed for the Sony PlayStation 2. So I mean, you can kind of forgive it a little bit there. So we've got a save point here. As you can see though, like this still, I mean, looks super good. Something is, I'm sorry, I should have read that. Something is groping around his skull and it's giving him a weird feeling. So this is actually just the save points. I'm not going to save over my game result because I'll get into this maybe later, but yeah, you're going to get a game result when you beat the game and you have to make sure you're loading that clear data before you start playing the next version. Data 2. I think I'm okay. Because I do want to make sure I don't have to play through this game. Because I'm going to have to play through it a lot. Let me just see. Sorry. I think I'm good. I probably should have hit load game just to be sure, but as long as it's showing new game with yellow, it's usually fine. Okay. If not, whatever. I'll play through the game again. Basically, the way this game works is you have to you have to play through it like 7 times to get the 10-star rank. I mean, it's pretty insane. Like 6 times.
Excuse me,
I'm sorry. I
No,
was
it's
just...
okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah. I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But
Yes?
I think you'd better stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it. It's kind of hard to explain, but
Is it dangerous?
maybe. And it's not just the fog either.
Okay,
It's...
I got it. I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I really don't care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going to town either way.
But why?
I'm looking for... someone.
Who is it?
Someone... very important to me. I'd do anything if I could be with her again.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. I'm sorry. It's not your
No,
problem.
I hope you find them.
Yeah, you too.
Okay, so we just got through talking with Angela Orozco, who is here looking for her mother, just like how we're looking for our wife. I think I went the wrong way. I usually go the wrong way when I'm coming out of this graveyard. So she's looking for her mother, and she was also looking for her brother and father. Personal opinion, I think the voice acting for Silent Hill 2 is extremely good. It's good in a way that where I feel like, okay, so like with Silent Hill 2's HD remake, they redid the voices, right? And technically from an objective point of view, you could maybe say that they weren't high quality, but the problem is and here's the chainsaw. So if the chainsaw is here, then that means that I think that new game with the yellow text is a good indicator that I am on a New Game Plus run right now. I'm not going to use the chainsaw, even if it is kind of garbage anyway, but that's where you'd find it. If you beat the game once, you will get the chainsaw in that area. Anyway, back to the voice acting. I would say everybody's voice acting in the game is technically, objectively, not amazing. But in my opinion, it just adds to the whole charm of the game. And obviously that's not something you can really quantify with objective reasoning. But if I had to pick one that I thought was kind of weak, in my own personal opinion, and I'm not saying it's bad, I'm not a huge into Angela's voice acting. I think it's still good though. It's still very good, and I wouldn't replace it. It's my least favorite one. My favorite is 100% Mary's voice actor. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I think Maria also has the same exact voice actor. It's the same voice actress. I believe she did some Metal Gear Solid stuff as well, but yeah, I'm pretty sure they're the same voice actors for both, obviously, for lore implications as well. I mean, but when the voice actress is doing Mary, I mean, it's some of the best voice acting in the game, personally. For sure. But we're gonna have to like walk all the way to Silent Hill, and as you can see, it's a pretty long walk. But we should be coming in on, yep, Sanders Street's right there. I'm not gonna be picking up every item in the game, just because there's a lot of them, and I don't remember all of them. But I'll show you the ones that I do remember. So that's the first aid kit right there. And then we can come down here, and it's really, really, really not necessary to pick everything up. I usually finish the game with way too many items. Okay, so we got a glimpse at the first monster of the game, which coincidentally is one of the more annoying ones in my opinion, but there's another health drink right there on that corner if you want to grab that. And I believe there's something... Okay, no, yeah, you can't go that way, obviously. Like, so if you try to go this way, the shadow just now bothers me. What was that? Yeah, so it's kind of shoehorning you into down Lindsay Street and up Martin, I think. Actually, no, it's not Martin. It's up Box Road. We have to go down Box Road. So as of right now, we don't have any weapons. The town is relatively safe, so there isn't really any danger out right now, but that will quickly change here very shortly. Like I said, I'm very impressed with how they retained all the fog in this enhanced version. It's still the same game at heart, you know. 2 health drinks right there. Also, if you're playing this game, if a good rule of thumb is you can press the 2 bumper buttons if you're playing PlayStation. I believe it's L1 and R1. Xbox, LB and RB. Do a quick turn like that. Very useful. Also, when you get near items, you can see James's head starts to turn like that. It's very, very useful because, you know, obviously items aren't highlighted or anything. You know, unless you get a camera angle that really shines on that item, it might be hard to see it, especially if you don't know it's there. So, for the most part, this game, if you've played Silent Hill 1, if you came from my other video and you've played through that game, this game is extremely similar to that. You have search view when you hold down LT or L2. You just hold it down and it'll go right behind James. So that sounds like the radio. I'm going to go ahead and take care of this thing right now.
Is it dead? What the hell is it? It's not human.
Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and let this next part play before I say anything.
Oh yeah. This thing broken? What the? I better take it anyway. I might need it.
So it sounds like somebody was saying James's voice, or not his voice, his name over the radio. I don't know what that is about. So that was our first monster. Basically, combat in this game works like this. You can hold LB and RB to strafe, which I don't ever use. You can hold RT to ready, and then you can move with left stick, and you can kind of pivot like this. If you press the A button, or X, on PlayStation, if you press that, he will do a light attack. I try to refrain from doing that if possible. Normally, okay, so with this game, typically I don't really do melee very often, but when you do use melee, you want to hold down A for an overhead swing. And typically, 2 or 3 of those on normal is enough to like down an enemy, and then you go for a kick. Right, so... But, word of advice, just forget about melee weapons completely. You can kind of use them, obviously, on beginner and normal, pretty standardly, but, like, any other difficulty, you're really going to want to ignore melee weapons. They're really not useful whatsoever. Okay, so, I'm going to kind of go in the intended... I'm going to do the intended path for this playthrough. Kind of how they wanted you to do this. So, we're going to go this way. And obviously, if you played a Silent Hill game before, you would know that the radio is going to... Hold on. The radio is going to basically make a noise like this whenever you get near a monster. So anytime you get near a monster, just know that the radio is going to play a noise. Turn on the volume a little bit in my headset. So another word of advice, if you're playing this game, never get near the cars. If you get near the cars, 99% of the time, if there's an enemy under that car, you're probably going to get stunned by it. So, recommendation, just never get near cars. And there's a couple health drinks if you go on this path. Just ignore all the monsters on the street. They're completely not worth your time whatsoever. And as you can see, the camera angle changes, meaning that we can go into this building. So if you're kind of lost, this is where the game kind of intends for you to like unlost yourself. There was a hole here. It's gone now. Really? I always thought this seemed pretty small for a bar. Anyway, so we're going to get a new map that has some new markings on it. So as you can see, the Lucky Jade Restaurant, Grand's Market, Cafe Mist, all these other places are basically closed down. You can't go inside of them. The only places we can go inside of are Neely's Bar and the motorhome on Saul Street. I'm not going to bother going to the motorhome because we're going to be able to go by it later. And there's nothing in it anyway, so it's just pointless to go down there. But as you can see, there's a question mark at the end of Martin. And circle on the Woodside Apartments. So let's go check out that question mark. There's actually, I kind of missed it. I'll show you real quick. Don't get near these enemies are called lying figures. Don't get near them, as you can probably have seen earlier. They can spit acid at you, and it doesn't do a ton of damage, especially on normal, but you're really going to want to kind of like not get near them. That's why I say the melee weapons are kind of useless against, like, not useless, but kind of not great against them, because they're going to spit acid at you, so kind of want to avoid that. And really what we're doing here at the beginning of the game is just making sure we just pick up items, and we're basically trying to get inside of the Woodside Apartments. Now if you were to go down to the Woodside Apartments right now, you wouldn't be able to actually go inside because you need a key. Well, to get this key, we're going to have to go down this alley with a creeper, which is what these little bugs are called. Those things are awful, by the way. I absolutely hate those things. They're really annoying to try to kill, and they just kind of go all over the place. As you can see right there, there's a lying figure under the van. You probably don't want to get near. We have like a mutilated guy right here. And that's going to give us the apartment gate key. So yeah, this is why I say go wide on the cars, because of that. But anyway, we're trying to basically get into the apartment currently. Just because the magic map told us to. That guy. Now there is a pretty important pickup that we want to get. It's going to be over here. It's the only pickup of handgun bullets before the apartments. So you're going to want to make sure you pick this up. And it's going to be not here. I think it's across the street. Yep. Right here. I think, is that it? No, I think there's a, yeah, there's a health kit right here as well. So as you can see, I've already picked up like, what, 5 health kits or something. And now we're going to go down to the Woodside Apartments. Like I said, I think there might be another pickup somewhere. 1 or 2 pickups, but those are really the most important ones that I would pick up. And also, like, you know, when you're replaying the game, you're not going to probably go to Neely's Bar because you already kind of know where you got to go. You got to go here, here, here. So there's some pickups that you're going to just ignore, but... And, now I would say we are in the first dungeon of the game. This is definitely the easiest one. I'm gonna go ahead and save here. So this is definitely the easiest, I would say, dungeon, if you want to call it that, in the game. And this is exactly kind of where I'm gonna kind of explain one of the issues I have with the Enhanced Edition. And that issue is that it's not dark. So I have like the brightness all the way up. Or down. Not all the way down, but like at 2. Any lower, it's going to just look really like dark, but not dark, if that makes sense. So it's like the hallways just seem like a light's on, right? It's not super dark. But I don't know. So this door's open. This is the door you're going to want to go into because this is the only one that's actually worth opening right now. And we are going to pick up the flashlight. And as you can see in the background, we have a mannequin. I'm going to go ahead and kill it just to kind of show you. So that's what I'm talking about. 2 long swings and a kick, and it pretty much instantly kills that enemy. Also, make sure you turn off your flashlight when you're going through hallways so that you don't get spit on. Not as huge of a deal on normal mode, but on hard mode, that's going to be really important. Especially here at the beginning when you don't have the handgun. Bad news is obviously without the flashlight on, you can't do certain actions, but there's a key on the ground on the other side of the bars. If I stretch my arm out, I just might be able to reach it. Will you pick it up? Yes.
Ow! Hey, wait! Damn it.
Can't reach it no matter how far I stretch, but who's that kid? Yeah, so that's Laura. I do find this funny, though, that James tried to stretch to get this key, and I think I saw this in a Reddit comment, as like, the guy has a wooden pole on him, like, he didn't use that to grab it, but, you know, whatever, plot holes and whatnot. So, like I kind of explained at the beginning of the game, we're going to be going for the leave ending, and the leave ending requires you to look at these 2 items from Mary at least twice. So we're going to go ahead and examine those twice, and this note is basically just the note that was read at the beginning of the game. Mary is waiting for us. And we're going to go ahead and grab the handgun. Not there. The next one. Sometimes even I get confused on what doors you can actually open, so... Yep, so there's the handgun. Don't think there's anything else in here. There might be like a pickup over here or something. No, it's just the handgun. Okay. And that's literally all that is here on the 3rd floor. And immediately just put that on because, yeah, that is, well, you don't have to immediately put it on, but I'd recommend using it as soon as you can. Because the melee weapons really suck. They don't really suck. On normal, they're very okay, but like on hard, they're just so bad. So there's really... Okay, so we're gonna get a... I'm just gonna let it play, actually. Some kind of noise north of here. So down that really dark hallway. First, I'm actually... Because that noise actually despawns everybody in the hallways. I'm gonna go down here. And... go in here. Wow, that guy went down like a bag of dog shit, man. That's crazy. Yeah, normally I do like to come in here because it has 2 pickups of handgun bullets. And handgun ammo is kind of rare at the beginning of the game. So we're going to want to make sure we pick it up. Don't think there's anything else in here. But man, dude, the brightness isn't great, but in terms of it not being dark enough, in my opinion, like if you're playing the PS2 version of this game, a lot darker, I feel like Silent Hill is just a way more atmospheric and enjoyable experience when it's super dark like that. It just doesn't feel like you need the flashlight, really, you know? It's kind of unfortunate. Really cool. It's Pyramid Head. We're going to see more of him later. Dead guy here, and I don't know if this was intentional, but it's using, you can't really see in front of it, but it's using James's character model. So really interesting. Now there isn't really anything we can do in here due to the fact that we need another item that we don't have. I'm actually just gonna, I keep switching, but I'm gonna wait until we get a little bit more ammo before I use that. I'll turn off the flashlight here so that I don't get immediately spit on. But as you can see, without the flashlight on, you can't actually read the map, so be aware of that. So we need to go to 202, which is right down here. And if I think if you have a key, you cannot open a door with a key unless you have the flashlight on, so... Grab this health drink. So I kind of mentioned it earlier, but for the leave ending, we're going to need to do a certain amount of things, and one of those things is to look at these 2 items at least a couple times, so that's what we've already done. Other thing is to keep our health at the tip-top shape. So as soon as we take damage, we heal. Always stay at high health, and that will help with getting that ending. Now, I will say that since I've gotten the leave ending, without getting too deep into the weeds, each other ending is going to actually become easier to get, basically, is the gist of it. I'm not going to go too far into it, but it's too dark to tell for sure, but I think there's something on the other side of the hole. Will you investigate? got the clock key. So now we have the clock key. You didn't see the clock because I didn't actually show it, but it was in that room where we got the key to room 202. Turn off the flashlight so we can get past this guy. The enemies are very non-aggressive on normal. When you get on the hard mode, man, they are really aggressive. Very aggressive. Alright, so now we can do the clock puzzle, and that's going to require us to use the clock key. And to get the solution to this puzzle, we're going to have to look back here. So Henry, Mildred, Scott. And we can see 3 different clock hands pointing to different areas of the clock face. Now, if you couldn't tell, obviously Henry would be hour, Mildred is going to be minutes, and Scott is seconds. I believe Scott and, well, seconds in general is locked, so we can't actually change that anyway, so that's another hint. But it looks like Henry is pointing to like 10, and Mildred is pointing to like the 2, maybe the 3. It tells you that there are, as you can see, scratches. It looks like something was dragged here, meaning that more than likely this clock is movable. So I'm gonna move this to here. Should be about right there. And you'll hear a clicking noise, and that means that we can move this, and we can push the clock. And once we push the clock, we can go through this hole, which is going to put us into this apartment room with a save point and a health drink. I'm not going to save. I don't really see the point right now. And now we are actually on the other side where Pyramid Head was standing. I just noticed there's actually like a blood stain or something right where he was standing, right there on the floor. I wonder if that's like intentional or not. And now we are on the 2nd floor. So we're going to just go straight up to the 3rd floor because the 1st floor is not accessible. And this is kind of where I kind of forget where the doors are, I believe. I think it's the next one. Yeah, so you can see that they kind of wriggled away right there. So we just hid from Pyramid Head there and just lit him up with like 6 or 7 bullets. And it seemed to have made him escape or get out of here. And in doing that, we actually found the courtyard key, which we're going to be using here soon. So, looks like he killed this mannequin here. Up to debate on what he was actually doing to them. I'll let your imagination figure that one out. So, I believe that was actually just maybe a coincidence, because it looks like part of the flooring, actually. But it's kind of interesting. You see that some of these apartment doors have been, like, sealed in almost. We're actually on the other side of these bars, and we actually have gotten the fire escape key. And some handgun bullets. We're going to want to make sure we have enough handgun bullets at the end of this apartment section for something. Make sure that your flashlight's on, or James will not kick the enemy. This is something that I was actually going to mention earlier. If your flashlight's not on, you can't kick the enemy. So they'll actually start, and this is why melee is terrible for these enemies, because they can just do that. That's fine. We actually do want to take a little bit of damage so that we can heal immediately with a health drink, just to keep our health up so that we can secure the ending. But, yeah, you really don't want to let them, like, wriggle away like that, because it becomes a lot more annoying to kill them if you do that. As an FYI. So, sometimes I forget that my flashlight's off because the game is kind of bright, and then I, like, come up on a lying figure, and I down them, and then I can't stomp them out because my flashlight's still off, so just be aware of that. If you have the flashlight off, be sure that you're actually not going to, like, engage in actually taking them down, because you're gonna wish that, you know, you had your flashlight on when they start wriggling away like that. Alright, so we're now on the other end of the apartments through tons of locked doors and nonsense like that. We're gonna actually come to the end of this hallway because there's an item to pick up. We got the canned juice. A heavy 6-pack of expired canned juice. It was in the hallway on the first floor. So, expired juice. I'm not really sure what we're going to do with that. Or I do know, but it's kind of bizarre how we're actually going to use that item. If you've never played this game, it's going to be kind of funny to look at. And then we have the fire escape key and the courtyard key. It does get pretty dark in the end of that hallway when your flashlight's not on it, but for the most part, it just feels like the game's very, very bright on the enhanced version. I still think the PS2 version is a lot of people say the enhanced edition is the best version of the game, but I'm still partial to the PS2 version. I just think it adds to the overall experience. I don't think everything needs to be super clean. Silent Hill isn't known to be a clean franchise or anything, so actually we're going to come back up to the second floor because we're going to come in here, and this is actually where we're going to use the canned juice. You can see that there's a trash chute, there's some kind of strange garbage stuck in the hole. So it doesn't really give you a hint on what you should do there. I mean, it's telling you that you should do something there, but it doesn't really tell you what. I feel like something like, maybe a heavy object will unclog it or something, you know? But yeah, you use the canned juice in the garbage chute to unclog trash, because we need trash. Not exactly something you would really connect the dots on, I think, the first time playing. It's definitely one of those use every item in your inventory until something works type techniques on that one. So this is the trash. Garbage is torn and the contents are strewn all over. I got a coin, the old man. What's this? Some gossip magazine. The police announced today that Walter Sullivan, who was arrested on the 18th of the month for the brutal murder of Billy Locane and his sister Miriam, committed suicide in his jail cell early on the morning of the 22nd. According to the police statement, Sullivan used a soup spoon to stab himself in the neck. That definitely was not easy. Severing his carotid artery? Carotid. Sorry, I'm just sounding like an idiot. Carotid artery. By the time the guard discovered him, Sullivan was dead from blood loss. The spoon buried 2 inches into his neck. This guy was extremely disturbed, it sounds like. An old schoolmate of Walter Sullivan's from his hometown of Pleasant River said he didn't look like the type of guy who would kill kids. I don't think anybody technically really would want to say that. But I do remember that just before they arrested him, the blurting out of all sorts of strange stuff like, he's trying to kill me, he's trying to punish me, the monster, the red devil, forgive me, I did it, but it wasn't me. The schoolmate then added, I guess now that I think of it, he was kind of crazy. So, yeah, Walter Sullivan. Obviously, if you're familiar with Silent Hill 4, you would know that he is kind of the main antagonist of that game. And then we're going to use the courtyard key right here. So, yeah, it's kind of cool that, you know, Silent Hill 4 was kind of spawned off of that one kind of newspaper clipping right there, right? Now, I will say that you do hear more about Walter Sullivan and his victims kind of a little bit more later in the game. So it's not just really that one newspaper clipping, but so kind of what I just did right there, I kind of didn't really explain it before I did it. You kind of want to like herd them up into one area and then jump down and go and grab it while they're all kind of preoccupied in one area. If they're all kind of like, you know, like ganged up on you when you're trying to pick that coin up, you're going to just get stun locked and it's going to suck. So make sure you kind of do what I kind of just did. It's fine. I wanted to do a heavy attack, but that's fine. Usually, like I said, the beginning of the game is kind of the roughest. I mean, like I said, you could just use the handgun at this point, but I kind of want to save that ammo because we're going to need it for something. So I would recommend, especially if you're not going for the, if you don't have bullet adjust on ×3, you're probably going to want to use the melee weapons, at least for the apartment. So we're hearing some vomiting and a dead body with their feet sticking out of a refrigerator and a pile of handgun bullets in the corner. Let's go and see what this noise is.
It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Do what?
I didn't do anything. I swear. He was like this when I got here.
My name's James. James Sunderland.
Eddie.
Eddie. Who's that dead guy in the kitchen?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill anybody.
You're not friends with that red pyramid thing, are you?
Red pyramid thing? I don't know what you're talking about. Honest. But I did see some weird looking monsters. They scared the hell out of me, so I ran in here.
Well, I guess this place isn't too safe either. What happened here anyway?
I told you, I don't know. I'm not even from this town. I just...
You too, huh? Something just brought you here, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Well, whatever it is, I think you better get out of here soon.
Yeah, you're right. What about you?
I'll leave as soon as I'm done here. Eddie, be careful.
James, you be careful too.
Okay, so that is Eddie Dombrowski, one of the characters in the game. You know, obviously something seems to have brought him here as well, just like us. Some mysterious force, and he's basically really adamant about not killing this person over here. Which, I mean, I guess we could believe him. We have no reason to think he would do that. Especially in a town as messed up as this one. But anyway, I just really like how James as a character just sounds always so, I don't know how to describe it, like lost or unsure of himself or like confused almost. It's really interesting. So we have a couple enemies in here. Probably gonna get hit by this one. As you can see, like normally with flying figures, they're gonna just immediately spit in your face as soon as you come up to them with a melee weapon. Unless like your flashlight's off, usually. And usually it usually screws me up and I'm not like doing heavy attacks like I said to do, because then, you know, it takes like a million light attacks, but whatever. Alright, so I want to read this. A sightseeing brochure for the town is lying here. Welcome to Silent Hill. Silent Hill, a quiet little lakeside resort town. We're happy to have you. Take some time out of your busy schedule and enjoy a nice, restful vacation here. Row after row of quaint old houses, a gorgeous mountain landscape, and a lake which shows different sides of its beauty with the passing of the day from sunrise to late afternoons to sunset. Silent Hill will move you and fill you with a feeling of deep peace. I hope your time here will be pleasant and your memories will last forever. Editor Roger Woodmark. So that's just a nice little piece of lore. I kind of wanted to just like look around at the environment, because I've played this game so many times, but you know, when you've played it as many times as I have, you get in the rhythm of everything. You don't really look around, you know. So I'm gonna try to slow down if I can. So now that that is unlocked, this was the bottom level that I said that we couldn't get to earlier when we went upstairs. So, I believe now that we've gotten, I believe everything, right? So, oh yeah, let me heal up to full. I believe we've gotten everything. I think so, yeah. So we're gonna want to actually come through this second floor right here. I mean, technically, this is maybe the longer way to do it, but it should still work. New music. It's interesting. Turn off the flashlight so we don't have to fight that guy. And then we're going to go to the end of this hallway. And we're going to go through the fire escape. Which the fire escape just leads to another building, because another building was built right on top of the fire escape. It's very bizarre. I think I can get into the building next door if I go through the window in front of me. It's not much James won't do, as you're going to come to know about him. He's pretty stubborn. He's gonna get the job done. So this nasty, disgusting toilet looks like there's something stuck inside the toilet. Will you take it out? Of course. I'm not the one actually putting my hand in the toilet. It's James. Pretty revolting. I mean, you can't even basically touch your face anymore until you wash your hands. Oh my god, that's disgusting. It looks like a wallet. There's some kind of memo in it. Okay, so I would recommend writing down these numbers if you're playing along, that is. I'm not sure. I don't know if this is randomized every time. I don't think it is. I think if you're playing on normal, this is just the code. But I usually write it down because I'm not going to remember. So basically what that was the numbers for this dial and the... I think I wrote it down correctly, but if I get it wrong here, I guess we'll look at it again. It's the numbers for the dial and the direction in which you should turn the dial. So I always recommend turning, or not turning, I always recommend using the D-pad because it makes it a lot easier to figure out which way to turn it. At least I always do. So we're going to just start with 7. So it doesn't really matter how you get to 7, just as long as you get to 7. And then we need to turn it right all the way till 8. So you're not going to go left 8. You want to go right 8. So that means you're going to have to go all the way around. Okay. And then we're going to go left until we hit 1. I think. I might have this backwards, actually. And then... right to 2. I think I might have this backwards, actually. Nope. Didn't have it backwards. Okay, so... If you see the alligators, like the mouths, so I'll just show you in the memo. And this is for the normal riddle difficulty. Obviously in harder difficulties it's going to be way harder, but it's pretty simple and normal. So you see 07, and then you're going to go right until you get to 08, and then you're going to go left until you get to 01, and you're going to go right until you get to 02. So you're just going 07, and then press left on the D-pad until you hit 08, and then you're going to press right on the D-pad until you hit 01, and then you're going to press left on the D-pad until you get to 02. It's pretty simple, but you get a lot of stuff. So you get 1, 2, 3, 4 handgun bullets. Oh, there's 5 for a second. And a health drink. Okay, so now we have 120 handgun bullets. And now we're in the other apartment building. Ooh, it's like really dark over here. A lot darker. That's interesting. Wasn't actually expecting that. I wish it was this dark in the other one. And so when we go into the door here, we actually get another map. Now, I will say the Blue Creek apartments are extremely tiny compared to Wood Creek. If you go up to the 3rd floor, we can't even actually go to the 3rd floor, so it saves us a lot of time. And if we go to the bottom floor, which is where we kind of want to go, we actually can't actually exit out of here, so that leaves just this door. And these awful, awful bugs are in here. Along with a first aid kit. And we're going to go ahead and go through this door. So this is the white chrism. I don't have to pick it up, but this is for one of the endings. You have to beat the game once to get the ending. I'm not going to actually kill this thing, dude. I don't think you can kill it with, like, melee or anything. I want to see if I can actually kill it with a handgun, because they are absolutely annoying. I want to, like, kind of practice some of these things. Oh, yeah, no. It takes, like, 2. Okay, they're dead. It's not too bad. Now we need to get another coin. God, dude, these things are so annoying, dude. James actually kind of has godlike tracking. You saw that. Just gonna go and down him. It's gonna be good. Always reload from the menu as well, because reloading from the menu is way faster than reloading in person. It's like... Is there not? I hope I didn't, like, completely screw it up and forget one of the coins. I don't think I did. Is it in here? What is this? Actually, that's interesting. I've never seen that. Yeah, I always... I think actually when I did my first playthrough, after coming back to the game in a while, actually, like... Oh, yeah, no, it's in here. Okay, we're good. Oh, yeah, I was like... I also got confused because I went through the last door first, and I didn't come in here first. So, yeah, you want to come in here first because you're not going to be able to complete anything until you come in here, so...
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I'm James.
Angela.
Angela. Okay. I don't know what you're planning, but there's always another way.
Really? But you're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides, is what we deserve.
No, I'm not like you.
Are you afraid? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Did you find your mother?
Not yet. She's not anywhere.
Did she live in this apartment building?
I don't know.
So, all you know is she lived in this town.
What did you say? How do you know that?
Well, I just figured, 'cause this is where you're looking for her. How else would I know?
Yeah.
Am I right?
I'm so tired.
So, why did you come to this town anyway?
I'm sorry. Did you find the person you're looking for?
Not yet. Her name's Mary. She's my wife.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Anyway, she's dead. I don't know why I think she's here.
She's dead?
Don't worry. I'm not crazy. At least, I don't think so.
I've got to find my mama.
Should I go with you? This town's dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
I'll be okay by myself. Besides, I'd just slow you down.
What about that?
Will you hold it for me?
Sure. No problem.
If I kept it, I'm not sure what I might do. No! Oh, I'm sorry. I feel bad. Please don't.
So we meet up with Angela again here in the apartments, and she's just kind of in this room, and we are actually holding her knife for her, right here. Knife from Angela. I don't plan on using this as a weapon, so it's not a weapon. This is actually one of the items that you would use in order to gain the in-water ending. So don't examine that if you don't plan on getting that ending. Just kind of ignore it. But it seems like Angela as a character is kind of childlike in her delivery of her responses and her overall personality. And there's a decent reason for that, along with the constant like apologizing and everything. So we actually got the last coin right there. And I like this room. Is the only room in the apartment building that I think that's like all white like that. It's just so interesting to me. So now that we have the mannequin, now that we have all of, and we want to be careful when it activates like that. Do not step right in front of it. Oh wait, I went the wrong way. You can kind of just run right past those things. They're pretty harmless as long as you're not in the crossfire whenever they're like kind of activating. You're kind of good. Like, just make sure here. I think that I'm not going the wrong way. I'm definitely gonna have to like brush up on my route once I get onto the 10-star rank. So now that we have all 3 coins, we can take a look at this puzzle. There's something written on the desk. 3 bright coins and 5 holes B. At one end sits the seducer of she. The wind from behind the woman doth play. The formless one, null, lies furthest from they. The old one beside the serpent sits not. 'Tis the prisoner's left that he doth rot. So that's basically the puzzle. There's a line of 5 1-inch round depressions set into the table. So with that riddle, we're supposed to be able to figure out where these coins are supposed to go. So I'm going to kind of break down what each thing means. Typically, I'm pretty bad at this puzzle overall because like my brain just does not pick up what this is meaning at all. But 3 bright coins and 5 holes B. This is basically just saying that there's going to be 3 coins. So, you know, I already knew this, but if you're looking for 5 coins, you know, you don't need to look for 5 coins. You only need 3 coins. At one end sits the seducer of she, which is basically just saying that that's the seducer in this case is sitting at the end of she. Which, if we look at the coins, and I don't want to back out, but the prisoner coin is got a woman on it. So the seducer of she, the she being the prisoner, and this the seducer of the prisoner would be the snake. And again, like I'm gonna be honest with you, this has to do with like Adam and Eve. So to figure out who the seducer is, you would need to know about Adam and Eve. So in this case, the prisoner would be Eve, and the snake is seducing Eve to eat the apple. But like I said, I'm like bad at this puzzle, so I had to like kind of memorize what this actually meant. So the wind from behind the woman doth play. So like we said, the prisoner is a woman. The wind from behind just means that behind the prisoner is an empty space. The prisoner is actually facing to the left on the coins, so behind her would be that would mean that the right spot would actually be empty. The formless one, null, lies furthest from they, so null just means nothing, so there's nothing furthest from that. Meaning that one of the ends is going to be empty. We don't know which one yet. The old one besides the serpent sits not, so the old one, which in this case is the old man, does not sit next to the serpent. To the prisoner's left, that he doth rot. So that basically just means that the old man is to the left of the prisoner. So the way this is going to be set up is, and I'm going to go ahead and just like use, and as you can see, like there's pictures on the coins themselves, but the prisoner itself is facing to the left, meaning that to her right would be empty. That would be behind her. It's like kind of a leap in judgment, or logic a little bit, but. So to the left of the prisoner is the old man. So anywhere we put the prisoner, the old man's going to go to the left. Now we still don't really know where to put the snake because, well, we know that on one end is going to be empty, right? We know that to the right of the prisoner is going to be empty. And the left would have to be the old man, right? And the snake does not sit to the left of the prisoner. So that would mean basically that the snake does not sit next to the old man. So, in saying this, if we put the prisoner in the middle, sorry, I'm terrible at explaining this, and we put the old man to the left of the prisoner, and then to the right is going to be empty, and the furthest point is empty, that would mean... So it basically comes down to where this snake is going to go, because the snake has to sit at one end, right, from the second paragraph. So there's going to be an empty on one end, and there's going to be a snake on one end. The snake can't sit over here, right? Because it says the old one besides the serpent sits not. So the serpent cannot sit next to the old man. Meaning if I were to put the prisoner like right here and the old man right here, if I put the snake here, it wouldn't work because there has to be an empty spot to the right of the prisoner. So the snake actually has to go here. There's no other way for it to actually, like, work out. And in doing so, you're going to get the Linehouse key. Or Linehouse key, I'm not sure what it means. So, that means that we can go down... Can't remember, actually. No, it's not going to be on this floor. It's going to be on the upper floor. Sorry, I'm pretty sure I, like, explained that, like, really terribly. But, I'm not gonna lie, that puzzle is just terrible for me overall, so I didn't read the note on that, but it's basically just telling... The note basically is just giving you a hint on where to go to get the key, which is downstairs. Yeah, so you can hear like whispering. It's like really creepy in here. I was kind of talking through it, but we can get another key here. It looks like a note's there, right? But you can't actually read it, so I'm gonna go ahead and save here, because as I was mentioning at the beginning of this playthrough, this is actually one of the areas where I was mentioning that you can actually get killed. So I'm going to try not to get killed. Doesn't really matter what difficulty you're playing on, you can get insta-killed on this next part. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and go into the menu real quick because I kind of want to explain this, and it's going to be kind of hectic if I don't. So we're basically going to be fighting Pyramid Head here. He's kind of the final boss of the apartments. So there is two options that you can take on this fight. Alright, so the first option is to run around him for 5 minutes. I think it's around 5 minutes. You run around him for 5 minutes, the fight will end, and you don't even have to do any damage to him. But the problem is you have to run around him for 5 minutes. Totally up to you if you want to go this route. I think it's easier to do the second option, which is to shoot him. Now, if you shoot him, it ends the fight much quicker. You're going to end around 45 seconds. And in doing so, it's just going to end quicker, obviously. But you have to use handgun ammo. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Like I said, there's a ridiculous amount of ammo in this game. I mean, like, just from collecting in the apartments, we have 131 bullets. It costs about 40 to 45 to end the fight on this section. Now, this is a very small room. Every time you shoot him, he slows down, but he does have the capability to one-hit insta-kill you. So I really recommend saving before this. At least, you know, on a casual playthrough, just kind of save whenever you get the chance, right? But really recommend saving before this, because this is one of the few areas of the game where you could be insta-killed. Not many things in the game can really just kill you really fast, but this can. I don't normally die on this, but of course, since I'm recording, I'm probably going to die, like, to something stupid. You'll see him doing it. So you'll know he's about to wind up the one-hit kill move if he's doing the overhead slash and it's taking forever to wind up. If he hits you with that, with tracking, you will die instantaneously, even on, like, beginner difficulty, which is, like, impossible to die on. You can't die on beginner except for this part right now. So really recommend just staying in the corner, shooting him like 5 times here at the beginning, swapping corners, shooting him like 10 to 15 times, swap corners, 10 to 15 times, swap corners, and just keep doing that until the fight's over. And you're gonna know it's over when the siren rings. And all I'm going to say is when the siren rings, you're going to want to be completely still and do not chase after him. Okay? Just kind of do what I'm doing in this section. I'm just going to kind of explain, like, do what I normally do on this. Count all your shots so that way you don't reload in game, because if you reload in game, you can kind of, like, get yourself killed pretty easily. So I'm going to go ahead and unpause it and kind of show you how it's done. Hopefully I don't die and look like an idiot, but it's totally possible to happen, so. so I miscounted like one bullet here. I'm just gonna go to this corner. And you'll know you're hitting him with that metallic noise. And I just reloaded in game, but we're good. We're pretty far away from him. So like that move right there is not the insta-kill move. That move right there will kill you instantaneously. So what you're only gonna do is just kind of stay in the corner, just let him go down the stairs into the water. Yeah, so I'm kind of glad I actually got to show that off, because sometimes he doesn't do it when I do this section. But yeah, if he hits you with that overhead slash move, you are dead immediately. If he does the, you kind of saw like the poke move. If he hits you with that, it's gonna do damage, but it's not gonna kill you. If he hits you with the overhead slash, you're dead. So if you can try to like, because it's about 40 to 45 bullets. So if you can, try to make sure you end the fight over here in this corner so that you don't have to run past him. Because once the siren is going off, he actually will do that overhead slash move when you run past him. And you can get killed pretty easily from that. So if you can, try to end the fight in that other corner to kind of avoid it. But obviously it's not a requirement, because you can kind of just see I ran past him during that, and it didn't really do too much. But we used about 45 bullets, because I had 140 I think, but I had like 10 in the chamber, so yeah, maybe about 50, 55. Probably used a little bit more than I had to. You can grab that first aid kit and then just come up here, and there's going to be a cutscene right here.
You! It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here anyway?
Huh? Are you blind or something?
What's that letter?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
Wait! How do you know Mary's name?
Yeah, I really love Laura, honestly. Like, it's hilarious. Looks like it was done by a child. Yeah, so she's like, you didn't love Mary anyway, and she just like peels out, dude. It's like that is just like off the wall, dude. Like James is kind of like going in under the assumption that he's just dealing with a kid, and the kid just like pulls out the craziest fucking like reverse Uno card. He like freaks out for a second. I don't know, it's funny. So yeah, if you go up those stairs, you can get some more handgun ammo. Definitely gonna need it after that Pyramid Head fight. And now, if you can remember from the beginning of the game, we're actually in Rosewater Park. So this is kind of where we've been working toward, is getting through the apartment building literally to get to this park. Mary, are you here? Caution slippery when wet or frosty. So there is a few items you can pick up in the park. If you hit the left right here, I think it's something right over here. Some more ammo. And you can see James's head's moving. So there's another item. There's a health drink. And we're gonna, no, not go that way. We're gonna cut down here. I think there's another item like right down this way. Yep. So we got some more handgun bullets, and then there should be an item like right here. Are we full health? Yeah, we're good. Should be. I mean, the leave ending is actually the easiest ending to get in the game. If you didn't know, when you start the game, there you start off with like it's like a point system on what ending you're gonna get, and the leave ending has actually got the most points. When you start at like 5, and then the Maria ending is like 4 or 3, and then in water's like 2. So it's the leave ending is the hardest one or the easiest one to get. So what we'll probably do is like whack Maria a couple times so that we make sure we don't get that ending. But
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are different.
My name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I? See? Feel how warm I am?
You're really not Mary.
I told you, I'm Maria.
Sorry. I was confused.
Where are you going?
I'm looking for Mary. Have you seen her?
Didn't you say she died?
Oh yeah, 3 years ago. But I got a letter from her. She says she was waiting in our special place.
And that's here? Anyway, I haven't seen her. Is this your only special place?
Well, there's the hotel too, I guess. The one on the lake? I wonder if it's still there.
The Lakeview Hotel? Yeah, it's still there. So, the hotel was your special place, huh? I'll bet it was. Don't get so mad. I was just joking. Anyway, it's not that way. It's this way.
You're coming with me?
You were gonna just leave me?
No, but...
With all these monsters around?
No, I just...
I'm all alone here. Everyone else is gone. I look like Mary, don't I? You loved her, right? Huh, or maybe you hated her.
Don't be ridiculous.
So it's okay?
Yeah, fine.
Yo, James is about his business, dude. He was about to leave her in the dust, bro. That's my man right there, dude. All about the business. In memory of the 67 who died of illness and now sleep beneath the lake. So, yeah, Maria, to avoid the Maria ending, we basically just have to avoid spending time with her and just, bump into her like that. Do stuff like that to avoid getting that ending. I really don't think we're gonna get that ending more than likely, but I'll probably bop her a couple times. But the less time we spend with her, the more, and if I leave her in the dust and stuff, it'll actually like negate that ending. So we're gonna have to like try to keep away from her. We got a mannequin right there and a health drink. Go ahead and reload that. So right now, we don't really have a goal in mind. Now, I will say you can actually you can go down that way if you want. I'm gonna skip it because it's really just a bunch of items and we don't really need them. Right, so there is a save point right here. I'm gonna go ahead and save again. So I do plan on making this I don't think any of these doors open, right? Yeah. I know. Okay, so if you've played the remake, you would know that this area is way more expanded. But in the original game, there is no such thing. There's no Jackson really. So I plan on making this just one long video. But I'm probably going to like play it in chunks. So once we get to the hospital, I'm probably going to go ahead and save up and end this session, for me at least. You'll see it as one video, but for me it's going to be multiple sessions. We get the steel pipe right there. Man, dude, the fog is crazy. And then the Book of Lost Memories. The land was stolen from them. They called this place the place of the silent spirits. By spirits, they meant not only their dead relatives, but also the spirits they believed inhabited the trees, rocks, and water around them. According to legend, this is where the holiest ceremonies took place. But it was not the ancestors of those who now live in this town that first stole the land from these people. There were others who came before. In those days, this town went by another name, but that name is now hopelessly lost in the veils of time. All we know is that there was another name, and that for that reason, the town was once abandoned by its residents. Okay, there's more. Yeah, so that's one of the items for the rebirth ending. I'm gonna have to avoid picking up the last item. There was more. I think this. Oh no, there it is. Okay. So I'm gonna have to avoid picking up the last item because I don't remember what the parameters are for getting that ending are, because I haven't actually looked it up because I haven't gotten that ending in years. But I'm pretty sure you just have to pick up all the items, and then if you pick them all up, then you get that ending. So I'm gonna try to like avoid picking up the last one, which I know where the last one is, so hopefully I don't accidentally pick it up.
I'll wait here. I hate bowling.
I didn't come here to play, you know.
Hurry back, okay?
I didn't come here to play, you know. Oh my goodness.
So what'd you do? Robbery? Murder?
Nah, nothing like that.
Huh! You're just a gutless fatso.
What'd you have to say that for?
I thought you said the cops were after you.
No, I just ran because I was scared. I don't know what the cops are doing.
But if you did something bad, why don't you just say you were sorry? Well, I guess I run away a lot too.
It's no good. They wouldn't listen. Nobody will ever forgive me. Did you find the lady you're looking for? What's her name? Mary?
Does this dude know that we're in here, though?
Eddie?
Oh, you're...
James. We met in the apartment building?
Yeah, I remember. But...
Are you alone here, Eddie?
No.
Bye-bye.
Wait! Come back! Eddie, let's go after her.
Huh? Laura? But why?
Laura. Is that her name?
That's what she said.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
She said she was fine by herself. She said a fatso like me would just slow her down.
Forget you.
So, looks like Eddie is just allowing a child to just roam free in the town of Silent Hill, I guess. If You go down at the very end down there. There is some handgun bullets, if you didn't know. And he's just eating pizza. Some really old, nasty pizza, probably. I'm not sure where he got that. But looks like James is going to have to be the one that goes after Laura here. I love the music in this game, man. I really cannot overstate how great the music is in this game. The first game had decent soundtrack, but the second game just clears it in every way.
Did a little girl run out of here?
Yeah, she was too fast for me. Aren't you gonna go after her?
Alright, so we're gonna just chase after Laura here, which is gonna be this way. Should have actually... Hold on. Nah, screw it. I was gonna say, we can actually run the other way and lose Maria points, but, screw it, I don't feel like going back. So you go this way.
She went through there.
Is there any other way?
Yeah, there is. Right through there.
It's no good. It's locked.
Alright, well, Maria just got us in the building. Triple lock setup there. So she must be like a... She must know this building, because otherwise why would she have the keys? And, well, turns out she is actually a dancer, I think, for Heaven's Night. I mean, I guess she could be a bartender, but I believe it's noted that she is a dancer. Stripper, whatever you want to call it. So, we're going to just keep going this way. Since, I mean, if you go back the other way, it's just going to be blocked off, so this is really the only other way to go. And we are going to be rolling up on Laura there.
Over there!
Makes you wonder how she's able to, like, go through this town without so much as a scratch, but there is a reason for it. I don't particularly want to explain it right this second, but hopefully I don't forget. So you're going to want to go ahead and go through this door and bop her out the way. The potential for this illness exists in all people, and under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven like him to the other side. The other side perhaps may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there is no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is both a place of closeness and distance. Some say it isn't even an illness. I cannot agree with them. I'm a doctor, not a philosopher or even a psychiatrist. But sometimes I have to ask myself this question. It's true that to us, his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind, but to him, there is simply no other reality. Furthermore, he is happy there. So why, I ask myself, why in the name of healing him must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? I got the key from Joseph. It's probably the key to that box. So we're definitely going to need that purple bull key. Now, I will say, yeah, I like that memo. Because it has some inner... It's referring to something else in terms of psychological patients, but it has a lot of parallels with the actual town of Silent Hill itself. I'm going to hit her real quick. Yeah, I mean, probably not necessary, but I really don't want to get the Maria ending. But seems to be about the patients hospitalized here. Jack Davis. He has attempted suicide 3 times in the past for reasons unknown. Although he is normally a model patient who follows doctors' and nurses' orders, he must be watched closely due to his past pattern of sudden and violent suicide attempts. Joseph Barkin. His illness seems to be rooted in the fact that he believes he is guilty of causing his daughter's death. His symptoms suggest a psychotic break and paranoid delusions. Normally calm, but has a tendency toward violence when excited. Joshua Lewis. History of hospitalization as well as numerous assault, battery, and other violent offenses. He has a strong persecution complex and a tendency to solve things through violence. Extreme caution necessary. So I'm going to go ahead and save here so that I can go ahead and end on this session. And it's going to be seamless for you, but I'm going to go ahead and cut right here. So, all right, so we are back. Well, you guys haven't went anywhere, but this is my second session here. We are back in the hospital. I think I did, yeah. All right, so we're going to go ahead and walk out of here. Alright, so we have Maria with us right now at the beginning of the hospital section. We also have the map. Like I said, I'm going to try to keep this a little bit. I'm not going to try to like rush through this because you'll see this in the 10-star rank video that I do, but you can actually drop Maria off pretty early. Mainly because she can be such a pain in the butt and you really don't want her around whenever you're trying to kill enemies and stuff like that, so... however, here on normal, I'm really going to try to kind of play it as intended. So let's see. So all these doors are going to be locked. That one is locked, but we can come back for it later. You can see there's not really much we can do here. Pretty much all these are going to be locked, as you can see. So the only door that we can actually enter, I think, right now is the one to the staircase. We'll be able to go into the examining room here shortly. Okay, so let's go ahead and go up to the second floor. Now we have the nurse enemies. These things are really, really, really creepy. I'm going to be honest with you, if you've ever played Silent Hill 3, I believe the nurses from that game just sound creepier, in my opinion. I mean, this is the OG, so there's a little bit of a coolness factor there, but... Alright, so first things first, we have to come over here and activate this.
Ow!
What's wrong?
I just pricked myself.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
I got a bent needle. And then we can also pick up the shotgun and bump Maria a little bit because she's getting in the way. Cool posters on the wall. And then we're going to come over here and grab... What does this say? There's a magazine here that won't do me any good right now. We want to grab this. There's something inside the pocket of the white lab jacket. I got the examination room key. And I believe the rest of these doors are going to be locked, so we don't have to worry about that. As you can see. So, I'm going to kind of show you the intended way. So the intended way is you're supposed to come down here with that key and open this up. Okay, come in here. There are medical records on the desk, nothing particularly interesting. Shelf glass door is open. There's nothing useful. So we have to come this way. And there's some ammo there. I don't normally come in here, but I was seeing if there was anything else here, and then we would... I think it's on a whiteboard or something. Yeah, right here. So, 3rd floor, patient wing hall, 7335. So that is going to be the code to unlock basically the hallway on the 3rd floor. Sorry about that. So, we're going to come back over here this way. And we're going to come back up to the 3rd floor. So, all of this is pretty much skippable if you remember the code. If you know the code, you can pretty much negate ever going down there. But if you don't know the code, then that's the way you have to go. So they got a nurse way down there. I'm just going to ignore her for now. So this is where the code would go into. And then it should be the 3rd door down.
James. Wait a minute. I'm kind of tired. It's just a hangover.
You should rest.
So comfy.
I'm gonna go look for her. For Laura. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Alright, so we've basically dropped off Maria here. And we've got the roof key. Now, word of advice, I would not recommend going back into this room if you are going for... I don't believe any of those open. Don't go back into that room if you are going for the... you're not going for the Maria... don't go back in there if you are going for any ending but the Maria ending, because if you go in there to check on her, that's going to actually push points toward that ending. Right, so... I don't think but like 1 or 2 doors even open over here. Got a save point right there. And as you can see, I've pretty much given up on using melee weapons completely. Once you've left the apartment building, you're pretty much free to use handgun ammo, I would say. Now that door right there, we're going to be coming back to that, but we're going to need a lot of things before we can open that up. So realistically, the only thing that's really in this hallway is, again, that puzzle and the Maria drop-off. And like I said, I really recommend going for the Maria drop-off because on normal mode, it's not as much of a big of a deal, but on hard mode, you know, if you shoot her one time, she dies immediately, so it becomes more of a issue on hard. Whereas, like, right now, it's not as big of a deal. I just don't want her... We're going for the leave ending, so you kind of want to avoid... you kind of want to avoid that, having her around. The more you have her around, the more you're going to get points toward the Maria ending, and, yeah. So, I'm going to come out to the rooftop here, since we got the roof key. Now, there is actually a journal here. I'm not going to pick it up because it actually will push me toward the in-water ending, and, I don't really think I would probably still get it again because of all the other things I've been doing, so I think it would be safe. But I really don't want to get the wrong ending. So basically, it's a journal about suicide. So if you want to read that, that is what it entails, basically. Yeah, I'm really not gonna lie here. I really thought I died the first time I saw that. It's pretty crazy. So yeah, you're gonna take basically your entire health bar is gonna go down to almost dead, and you can't avoid it. So you can just go ahead and heal. We've got another... We got something on the wall here. There's something written on the wall. Turn, turn, turn the numbers. Better not forget them, so I'll write them down here. The other one, my secret name. Okay, so... You can see that it kind of creates a number. And it's saying turn, turn, turn the numbers. Obviously, it's misspelled. It's some sort of... maybe... I don't know, a child or probably some sort of lower education individual or something that doesn't know how to spell. But as you can see, I'm pretty sure that says 5524. And I may be wrong, but I think that this is randomized every playthrough just so that you see that Pyramid Head sequence. I really don't know, actually, though. I've always done that sequence, so I couldn't tell you if it's randomized. I would think it is, just because of them wanting you to see that cutscene, but... Anyway. But now we're back on the 3rd floor. Again, like was said earlier, we don't really have much we can do there, so we're going to come down to the 2nd floor. And now we're actually going to go in here... Oh, wait, actually... Yeah, no. I kind of got tripped out for a second because there was some... You know, you can see the code on the wall right there. I like, thought that I was on the wrong floor for a second. So we definitely need to come in here. And read this. There's a typewriter here. I've got no use for this. Wait a minute, what's this? There's a sheet of carbon paper still stuck in the typewriter. I can still read the imprint left on it. I know it. I know the number of the box, 6393. It can't help him anymore. The button key doesn't scare me, so nobody can stop who I am. I don't know who I am is who I am is who I am is. So, we got another code here. 93 is the code. Kind of writing it down on a sticky note right now, so I don't have to like look at my files. But if you ever need to go back, you can always just go to your memo, and it'll be right here. Now, let's see here. I think you can go in here. So, alright, we got some ammo, and we got the lapis key. Lapis I key, I think, or lapis azul key. I'm not sure. Man, dude. The nurses are such a joke on non-hard modes. They just kind of fall down on the ground immediately. It's kind of pathetic, really. Save the shotgun for now. You're going to need it. And as you saw right there, that is the #1 reason why you're going to want to... Hold on, I had to turn the game down on my headset a little bit. It was like so loud I could barely hear myself talk. So, you're really gonna want to, like, when you're coming out of the door. Again, I'm gonna kind of like mention this stuff on the 10-star rank video because this is way more important during that run. However, in this game, when you're coming out of the door, it's always a good idea to hold down the ready button and be ready to actually like shoot if you have to, right? I think I missed something. First, second. Hold on. Third floor. You know the only door I did not go through? S6. Was that? Oh man, I don't remember. Cause we're missing a room. Let me make sure it wasn't in there and I wasn't tripping. Okay, it's not here. We're good. As you can see though, like enemies will respawn back in. So just be on your toes a little bit. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think the only door I did not go through, it was the one that I needed to go through. Which is really kind of annoying. You know, even though I've played this game, you know, I recently played it again just to kind of brush up on this game before I made this video. Okay, this one was broken. I wonder if it's one of the ones down here. So, you know, I recently... What do we have? Yeah, so I mean, I think we have everything for this anyway. All I was going to say is that there's something written on the wall here. Luis, I'll take care of you forever. It's my destiny. So, what I was going to say is, I played this game, like, probably close to 20 times, and I even still don't remember, like, all the doors that you can open. I remember some, like the Maria door or all the doors in the apartment. I'm kind of pretty well-versed on those. But, man, even I still have trouble with finding some of this stuff now. But before I use this, I kind of want to show you this, so... We have basically a box that has like nails coming out of it and like a chain around it, and like we got a padlock. We got a like a digital like punch lock. We have like a dial lock, and then like another lock on the actual box itself. So if you remember in the room right after we got knocked off the roof from Pyramid Head, there was that turn the numbers. That is going to correspond to this lock. So that combination was 5, 5, 2, and then 4. So you can see that that's gone. And then we got another one on the carbon paper, and that one's going to be 6393. Now that just leaves 2 locks. And again, if you've never played this game, you're like thinking, oh my god, what is in this thing, right? It's crazy, right? Something with 4 locks on it, it has to be something good, right? But, I'm not going to ruin it, but you're going to see what's inside of it here in about 2 seconds. So that one actually went inside the box itself, and then this lapis eye key goes onto the last lock. There's nothing inside the box. No, I'm wrong. There are a few hairs inside. I got a piece of hair. So yeah, we basically just the most Fort Knoxed piece of hair that's ever existed, basically. I'm also, the thing I'm thinking of, by the way, I just remembered, the door or whatever that I forgot. I actually, that's in the next section, so we're good there. That's on me. So we're actually going to want to combine this bent needle. Rusty bent needle, it was stuck in the stuffed animal in the locker room. And the piece of hair, long brown hair, it was in that box. So we're going to want to combine both of them and then use them on the drain. I got an elevator key. So we just did, basically we used like what, two combinations, 2 keys, 2 items to get 1 key. I mean, that's pure Silent Hill right there. And then we're gonna use said key right here on this elevator. Okay. Right now, yeah, we're kind of good. Okay. And then we're gonna want to go down to the first floor. If you remember on the map here, I'll kind of show you just so you kind of can follow along here. So the elevator is going to come out right here. So we actually have not been to this area of the hospital. You would think it would come out over here, but that's not how it's set up. The elevator is logically for the building set up like right here. So that's where we're going to actually end up. Alright, so make sure you go into this C3 door first, because you can get some shotgun shells and some handgun bullets. And then go ahead and equip the shotgun. So this is actually going to be, I would say, I guess you could say this is going to be the second boss fight. Okay. It's not very hard, because if you count the Pyramid Head sequence at the beginning, that's the first one. This is the second one. It's not very hard, but there are some things that you need to kind of keep in mind, and I'll kind of explain it as we fight the boss. But it's going to be a cutscene. You know, I actually have never... Hold on, I want to see something real quick. Okay, like, all these are going to be... Ooh, interesting. Hold on. Wait, oh, no. This just goes back here. Okay. I was like, dude, I've never went this way. I usually just go straight to the boss. I just wanted to see. So yeah, it's actually like right here. So this is this door. So as soon as you go into this door, boss fight. So just forewarning.
Laura?
Huh? You know my name?
Eddie told me.
That big fat blabbermouth.
How do you know about Mary?
What's the big deal?
Why can't you just tell me?
You gonna yell at me if I don't?
No, I won't.
I was friends with Mary. We met at the hospital. It was last year.
You liar! Laura,
Fine, don't believe me.
But last year, Mary was already... I'm sorry, Laura. Anyway, let's go. We can talk about this later. This is no place for a kid. There are all sorts of strange things around here. I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you.
Why should I? Wait! There's something I gotta get.
Later, okay?
But it's really important.
What is it?
A letter from Mary.
Huh?
I wanna go get it. Is that okay?
Yes.
Come on, hurry up.
Is it in there?
Yeah, in the back.
What are you doing, Laura?
It's further back in the desk.
Laura! What are you doing?
Ha ha, I tricked you.
Open the door, Laura.
Why should I? I'm a liar, right? Want me to open it? Huh? Huh? Do ya? What's the magic word?
Laura?
Okay, I guess I won't open it. I think I'll just leave you like this.
You snotty little brat! Open up!
Why,
Laura?
you cut me!
Alright, so immediately, like, walk... Okay, so I'm gonna kind of, like, pause it for just a second. So this boss is Flesh Lips. So, kind of the gist of what I'm gonna be doing here is I'm just gonna be running from corner to corner. And you're really only gonna want to shoot, like, once, max twice. Because the shooting animation for the shotgun is kind of long. So if you get caught in it, you're gonna get hit or grabbed. So... what you're going to see me do right now is I'm going to try to, like, make some space, shoot, and then make space, shoot, make space, shoot. That's basically this boss fight. Right? So. You'll probably get grabbed, because I probably will get grabbed. It's not a big deal or anything. Just don't get stuck in an animation. And you're, like, good. Do not shoot the shotgun and reload in-game. It's a big no-no. So, like, right here I might get grabbed. Oh, I got lucky. So, also, you're not going to want to shoot from too far away, because if you do, it won't hit them like it kind of did earlier. Otherwise, it's not too bad. Got both of them right there. Try to take care of them. As you can just see, I took care of that one. But if you're able to take care of them fast enough, we'll see here in a minute. Alright, so 2 of them are taken care of. A third one will drop down from the ceiling. And when there's only one of them, you really have no reason to, you know, take too long here. Just take a shot. Move to another corner. If you do that, they pretty much can't hurt you. It's rare circumstances where you might get kicked, because they do have a kicking move. Otherwise, I mean, it's not too bad.
James.
So it looks like we were on some sort of gurney or something being brought over here, and now we are in the garden, which looks a lot bigger than it really is because it's like really tiny. But I kind of wanted to mention, you know, like in that previous cutscene with Laura, she mentions James mentions that she should be, like, he's surprised she hasn't been hurt yet, and she says, you know, why should I? Or, like, as in, like, she doesn't see any danger. And I don't really want to spoil why, but you might be able to connect the dots a little bit, especially if you've played a Silent Hill game before. And then also, I just find it funny whenever she's like, "Oh yeah, I got a letter from Mary," and then James is like, "Huh?" I don't know. It's funny. So you can save your game right here, and now we are basically in alternate. It says alternate, but we're basically in what you can refer to as Nightmare Hospital. So basically just the hospital again, but it's different because there's going to be some doors that you can open and some that you can't. Right, so if we come in here, there's a first aid kit, and it sounds like something just broke. Right. And again, this is kind of where I don't really remember what doors I can open and what I can't. So you can see, like, right there, it was, like, mid-swing on me right there. I will say in the PC version of the game, it's a lot better. Sorry, I'm just readjusting this real quick. It's a lot better with the blacken, fade in, fade out thing. So normally, if you go through a door or go into your inventory, you can see that small fade in, fade out. So, and all this should be locked, yeah. And so that sequence is a lot less unforgiving, a lot more unforgiving, I should say, on other versions of the game. But I've found that the PC version kind of loads in pretty fast, and it's not nearly as, like I've mentioned already, it's not nearly as dark. So I find it not as punishing. Right, so we're going to go ahead and start at the end of this hallway. You can actually see that the nurses look different too. Right, so it's pretty cool. Then we can come in here, because we definitely need to come in here. I'm going to read this. I was locked up inside the basement's basement. It was so small and dark, and I was so afraid. I dropped my precious ring, but I will never, ever go back there. A little bit of a hint. So our main goal here is to get 2 rings. That's kind of showing you, hey, you know, you need where one of the rings is. And this is another thing I kind of want to draw attention to. Okay, kind of rambly, but you're going to see this at another point in the game, and I'll mention it when we get to that, because this is really interesting how they did this, right? So I'm not going to spoil what the dry cell battery is for. However, I will just say it is a key item that is used in another point in the game. So the developers thought, okay, so, and again, I'm not 100% sure why they wanted to do it this way. You know, I'm not a game designer, but to make sure that you didn't soft lock yourself later in the game, they put the dry cell battery right in the same like area that the basement storeroom key is, which is a key item that we're going to use in the hospital. You know, so I find that really interesting. You know, like putting 2 items together to basically make sure that you don't miss one of them. All right, so that room right there, 100%. Go ahead and mark that off. Never go in there. That is the only room in the hospital where I was like, you can kind of see the difference between the 2 nurses here. Actually, the dirty, nasty ones seem to be like stronger, and the other ones just take like 2 or 3 shots, which is funny. But yeah, do not go in M4, especially on 10-star rank. We're going to be completely ignoring that room. That room is no joke. I mean, there's some items in it, right? I mean, like, you're probably going to get hit. It's really not worth it. And I'm not going to actually go in there yet. Actually, you know what? I'll show you, since this is like kind of like a playthrough. So basically, if you come in here, right, there's like, looks like a storeroom or something. It says it's a day room. So check this out. something that looks like a refrigerator. Will you open it? Yes. It's no good. The door is too heavy to open by myself. So that's a hint that we need someone else to open that, and I think you know who that someone is. Need a little bit of girl power, you know what I'm saying? Kind of, because James apparently cannot open a refrigerator door by himself. So that key we got, we're gonna need, but as of right now, we're just gonna go to the 3rd floor. And then, like I said, the way I like to kind of do the hospital is I will come down this way and then work my way this way. Again, I don't remember which doors open, especially in the Nightmare Hospital. So I kind of just wing it. See, these nurses only take like 3 shots. Which is hilarious. So, alright, S10. And then you can see, like, right here, this is where we're going to need to use the rings. So, check that out in a minute. Now, we're about to run up on the door that had Maria in it, which was right here. There are empty medicine bottles here. Is this what Maria was taking? So it seems like Maria is sick, right? I mean, like, it seems that way. She's resting and taking medicine and whatnot. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and kill this nurse. Can't go that way. Oh wow, actually this is actually open now. And I just spawned some stuff in. I would say be very careful running ahead like I just did, because they will swing on you. That's something that I have to kind of avoid doing, because I kind of do that a lot sometimes. Alright, so basically where we need to go is not the way I'm going. I'm just going to show you. This is the roof. That's going to be locked. And I'm going to actually just save every time I see a save point, because why not? Right? Sorry if you heard my chair. I had to like readjust there for a second. So that door's going to be locked. And that door's going to be locked. So you can hear that. Sound like a baby. And we're going to go in here. And we're going to use that key. And we got some ammo here. And then we got a door with bloody handprints. Or not a door, a shelf, sorry. Dumb. There's a shelf here. There are red handprints on the shelf. Move the shelf. Yes.
James!
Mary? Oh, Maria. It's you. I thought you were... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life. You couldn't care less about me, could you?
No, I
Then
just...
stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone. You're supposed to take care of me. So, what about Laura? Did you find her?
Yeah, but she ran away.
We've got to find her.
You really seem to care about her. Do you know her?
I've never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone. And for some reason, I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
Okay, so as we were about to go down into this hole, Maria actually came through this door. She didn't seem too happy with James. And she said that we were supposed to take care of her. So we actually got one of the rings. It almost doesn't even sound like a human baby. It almost sounds like a pig squealing or something. It's interesting. Anyway, we're gonna go and get the other ring now, which I think is like one more. Be kind of careful that we don't run into any more nurses, but since we I don't typically, I would rarely recommend not grabbing her until you're really done with this area, by the way.
Correctly and receive the punishment. It all depends on you. And our lucky, or should I say unlucky challenger today is James. James Sunderland! Are you ready to play trick or treat? Okay, here's your first question. Merry-go-round, haunted house, roller coaster, Ferris wheel, and teacup. Silent Hill is home to a thrilling amusement park that both children and adults love. The question is, what is the name of this amusement park? 1. Fantasyland. 2. Silent Hill Amusement Park. 3. Lakeside Amusement Park. Okay, quickly on to question number 2. Silent Hill witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back. A brother and sister were playing in the road when they were attacked and chopped into pieces with an axe. Torn flesh, smashed bones, splattered blood, and finally, bitter tears. What a terrible tragedy. What a gruesome end to such innocent lives. Now the question. What was the name of the murderer who committed this vile act? 1. Walter Sullivan. 2. Scott Fairbanks. 3. Eric Gaines. Now for our third and final question. South of the lake is a deserted old neighborhood called South Vale. From there to Pale Vale, the central resort area northwest of the lake, there's only one road you can take. Just one road, no more. The third and final question is, what is the name of that road? 1. Bachman Road. 2. Rindell Street. 3. Nathan Avenue. Well, that's the last of our questions. Have you got it all figured out? When you know the answers, head to the storeroom on the 3rd floor to collect your prizes. But be careful if you're wrong. Well then, everybody, thanks for tuning in. See you again sometime. Bye-bye.
What was that?
Yeah, so I always find that one a little bit off-putting. It's weird because I don't know. You would almost think it's creepy. It's creepy in a weird it shouldn't be here type of thing. I don't know. I kind of like it, but it's kind of also weird at the same time. So for that, you have to get all three answers correctly, and then we can open up a box. Basically, the answers are Lakeside Amusement Park, Walter Sullivan, like the guy we read about earlier in the apartments, and Nathan Avenue. So 313. I'll show you that in a minute. So for now, we're actually going to come back to this refrigerator because now that we have another person.
You can't open it?
Yeah, Maria, give me a hand here.
Come on. You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help? What's this? Not very cute, is it? Here, James. You take it.
Thanks.
Thanks. The weird one-liners, dude. Thanks. So yeah, that's the second ring. So basically, what we're gonna do is we're gonna come back up to the third floor. Sorry if you can hear my chair in the background. It doesn't seem like I've tried putting like lithium grease on it or whatever, and I just can't find the part that's actually squeaking on it. I mean, it's only like 3 or 4 months old and it's already squeaking. That's just what I get for buying a cheap Amazon chair. But anyway, so you saw that we kind of came in here earlier. I came in here kind of early, but that box doesn't actually appear until you have passed that section. So like I said, the answer is going to be 313. And as you can see, there's a lot of stuff inside. If you don't get it right, I don't think you die. I think you just take damage. So shotgun shell, shotgun shell, shotgun shell, shotgun shell, shotgun shell. So 5 shotgun shells, 2 ampoules. Ampoules, if you didn't know, they fully restore your health. I don't think we've gotten any of those yet, so. And then we're going to go back this way. And I'm going to actually inspect it first, so it's locked. There's a painting of a woman on the door. Oddly enough, the hand part of the painting is actually 3D and sticks out. So that's it's kind of creepy. That's your, a bloated face and a spider. That's your hint that it goes on the hand. I put the lead ring on the hand, and you don't really have to do it a certain way. It kind of just automatically does it for you. Alright, so this part, oh man. This part sucks. Like, bad. And since, ooh. Okay, so for this part, you basically have to. I don't want to spoil it. I'm gonna stop trying to spoil these sections so that you can kind of experience it in real time. But there's a note on the ground. The handwriting is hard to read. I took the director's key, the one to the museum. I hid it behind the praying woman when I went out for the day trip. I picked it up, but I did not steal it. I'm not a criminal. Okay. Let's see. So this section is it's a lot of fun. I believe, okay, so on normal mode, I don't think she can really die. Alright, I'm just gonna do it. Just kind of do what I do. Shoot him like 5 times right there. You don't really have to on this difficulty. Oh my gosh. That's one thing I'm definitely gonna have to like practice is this stupid hallway section.
Open up!
I really like this whole sequence just because, man, they really like captured the whole feeling of hopelessness and almost just a feeling of I give up perfectly, you know what I mean? But it seems that Maria is now dead. Pyramid Head killed her. And we're gonna want to come in here. He was not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss, is not bold enough to stare into it himself. The truth can only be learned by marching forward. Follow the map. There's a letter and a wrench. Let's mark that on our map. And we need to go to Rosewater Park and the Historical Society. Hospital lobby key. So now we can actually leave. And Laura just walks out, no problem. Books about medicine, the town, and the region are lined up here. I don't have the time to stand around reading all this. Basically doesn't have the time for anything. James as a character just always just intrigues me because he's just like... just sounds so confused like all the time. So I'm gonna go ahead and save. Yeah, that section, I think on beginner and normal you really don't need to shoot like I did. I think you could just keep running, but as you can see there's different like corners and stuff, so you have to kind of know how to like turn the character and stuff. On hard mode though you do, because if you don't she will die. So I'll go in more in depth on that in the 10-star rank, but like I'm pretty sure on normal mode you can just kind of run through that. Maria's dead, I couldn't protect her, and Laura has run off somewhere. Once again, I couldn't do anything to help. Mary, what should I do? Are you really waiting for me somewhere? Or is this your way of taking what? I'm going to find Mary. It's the only thing I have left to hope for. It's a little interesting piece of dialogue right there. So, I'm going to just go ahead and say it. This is going to be blocked off, so you know how we came through Heaven's Nights, but Heaven's Night is going to be closed. So now that we're out on the street at night, see it's pretty dark, right? And they are really, really aggressive. Hard mode, they're even more aggressive. Alright, so I'm just gonna keep it a buck. At night, it's basically just a ton of items. Right? There's like a ton of items everywhere, and there's a ton of enemies. We have to do a certain sequence of events to be able to move into the historical society that we saw on the map. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know where all the items are. You can also reset your running speed by like turning off your light and trying to bring up the map. It's a little speed run trick. I don't think there's anything over here. There's something across the street though. I'm gonna have to play through this game another like 3 or 4 times before I can do the 10-star rank, so Nurse is kind of in the way, so I'm just gonna kill her. Just remember, you're not gonna be able to pick up any items without the flashlight on, I'm pretty sure, so if you're trying to run through here without the flashlight on, just keep that in mind. There is, seriously, there's items everywhere, though. I mean, they're everywhere. And there's enemies everywhere as well. Really don't need all these, to be honest with you. I'd say that this, by far, is the easiest Silent Hill game. I mean, this is for sure like the easiest Silent Hill game in my opinion. I don't know if other people would agree, but Silent Hill 2 is for sure the easiest. So, I know that there's some items up if you go up, but again, I'm not really worried about it. Because again, you get enough health and ammo to beat the game like 4 times over if you find all the items. So I'm gonna try to like not bother with it, at least for this playthrough. Like I'm pretty sure there's some stuff down here. Yeah. Pick that up. I'm not gonna pick up absolutely everything, but I'll show you a couple pickups. Because man, there is a lot. Like back when we had Maria, before we went into the Bolorama, there's a lot of stuff you can actually explore. I just didn't do it because I didn't really need the items. But man, dude, this place is super creepy at night. Right, it's like super creepy because like in the recording, you're probably not gonna be able to really see this, and there's some I forgot the name of these creatures. No, I really actually don't remember. They're pretty harmless as long as you don't stand still right on top of them. Just kind of like go around them like I just did. And this is the motorhome I was talking about. So you can come to this earlier in the day, and it'll say something like, I'll wait at Bar Neely's. So it's kind of just a little bit of a hint on where you're supposed to go. However, I don't really... Wait, do I get a... I don't think you get that. No, you don't get it. This is where you would pick up the hyper spray once you've unlocked it. So like when you get the 10-star rank, for instance, you get the green hyper spray, which is the best one in the game. This is where it would be. So most of the hyper sprays are garbage. Even like the second best one, which is like the purple one, which you need like a 0.5 or a 1-star rank or something crazy to get. Basically, getting that is harder than getting any of the other sprays besides the 10-star rank one, because you have to actively try to do bad to get that spray. But it's actually pretty decent for the most part. And then we can go over to Happy Burger. I believe there's going to be some items there. Should be on like the trash cans or something. Yep. Such an interesting, like, little restaurant, dude. There's no drive-through. And then another one. Some rifle shells. Yep. So, we're gonna take a right down here. Lots and lots of enemies out in the street. I'll have to practice where all the items and enemies are going to be, because for the 10-star rank, you're pretty much going to be using this as your playground to like kill enemies. You know, because in that playthrough, you have to get 75 of each type of kill, so 75 shooting and 75 melee kills. This is where you're really going to be doing it, so. I wonder what's down here. This is like, okay, this is like kind of back toward the beginning. I was kind of curious. I think it's like right here, actually. Let me see. Oh, no, it's not, I guess. I don't want to spoil it, because it's going to happen eventually, so. Let's see. We passed it. It was back here. You'll know which one it is, because it'll start going into a new camera angle like that. We got a wrench. And a letter. Or perhaps you are a fool. The truth usually betrays people. A part of the abyss is in the Old Society. Old Society means the Silent Hill Historical Society. The key to the society is in the park, at the foot of the praying woman inside of the ground, inside of a box. To open it, I need a wrench. My patient buried it there, I knew, but did nothing. It made me uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for the truth. I wasn't looking for the truth. I was looking for tranquility. I don't know. I can't read. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the museum was sealed as well. Now, no one dares to approach that place. If you still do not wish to stop, James, I pray to the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. Interesting. So, I believe the way... Ooh, actually, I don't remember. No, you know what? I think it's this way. This is the part that kind of gets me, because I kind of forget. Yeah, dude, there's so many pickup items, dude. You're, like, bound to miss, like, half of them, once you just know where they are. So, yeah, we're gonna go down this way. Okay. And... pretty much just keep walking. Don't stop walking here. But I think I was saying, this place is so creepy at night because... I think it's like right here, actually. Oh, never mind. It might have already happened. Because there's no light anywhere. You know what I mean? It's like, it's a town with no street lights, nothing, dude. It's just pitch dark. And it's just so off-putting because of that. And you may be able to see more on your monitor. But I'm playing this on like an OLED monitor right now, man. And it's like right now, the game is pretty dark, right? But, like in the apartments, you know what I was saying? The apartments, it's not dark enough in my opinion, but like out in the street, dude, it is pitch dark. I can't see halfway across the street. Yep, so basically we're gonna be just going up. And Facing the right way, yep. It's not too difficult once you know how to navigate this place, but you'll hit a few dead ends, and you'll be good. Just trying to make sure I get all the items, or most of them. I'm pretty sure there's one right here. Probably really not worth picking up for 1 health drink, but yeah. It's just so dark, man. I don't think there's anything back there. We are at Rosewater Park now for the second time. Gotta go in through the entrance. So it seems kind of weird, right? Like everything that's happening right now. This is the one thing I like about Silent Hill games is that nothing is ever really going to make sense, right? Even once you've beaten the game, a lot of the stuff, and even like, you know, the puzzles and everything just as a whole just kind of operates on some sort of dream logic, almost. So yeah, this is the lady that was praying. We are going to use... Where is it? Well, actually, I think you just have to, like, dig it up first. Could there be something under here? Will you dig? Alright, so we have a box with 2 bolts on it. Take a drink of water. I can't open the lid, so we're gonna use this wrench, and that includes our old bronze key, which has like 1 tooth on it, which I find funny. So, an antique-looking bronze key. It was hidden behind one of the statues lined up in the park. So, there's really no markings on it to tell you where to go, but it's pretty obvious where the key really wants you to go, right? It's going to be the Historical Society. So let's go ahead and go there. And pretty much from here onwards, it's just going to be a straight up run all the way there. I did forget to show something when I first came through this area the first time. So there's like little things in the game, as you've kind of seen, that they kind of sprinkle everywhere so that you don't get lost. One of those things was like, you know, meet me at Neely's bar, or, you know, that sort of thing. Or, you know, like at Neely's bar, it circles where you have to go next, blah, blah, blah. It's not putting a quest marker on your HUD telling you where to go, but it's telling you where to go, right? Well, you can find another one of those if you walk all the way at the end of here. I'll show it real quick, just because, just because I want to show it. I did forget to show one other thing. I had a reason for not showing it, but I probably could have showed it because I don't think we're gonna get the in-water ending. It's really not probably gonna happen. But if you go back to Neely's bar, there's gonna be a saying that's on the wall now. That says something along the lines of like, let me pick this up. So there's some rifle shells here now, but if you were to come here earlier, you can see that the Pete's Bolorama is highlighted, and it actually shows all the different areas that you can't go to. So like Munson Street is blocked off. The Bolorama is it's circling it because it's telling you to go there. Like something's telling you to go there, right? And we went there earlier when we went and met Eddie and Laura and everything. So you can see that too. There's a boat launch right behind the Silent Hill Historical Society. That's going to be important later, but it's pretty interesting. So in Neely's bar, it says something along the lines of like, I don't want to get it wrong because I don't normally go in there. I did it just this last playthrough for the in-water ending, and I can't remember. I want to say it says something along the lines of, and there's a first aid kit over there, but I really don't care. It says something along the lines of like, Mary's dead, James, and if she's dead, then something about where you're going when you die, where you're going to end up is going to be a whole lot worse than where she ended up, basically. Signifying that James is going to hell for some reason. So yeah, we got a Pyramid Head painting. Misty Day, Remains of the Judgment. It's him. Such a cool painting, dude. Photo is hanging here. Wilt's Coal Mine. So I'm going to be very careful here, because there's an item you can pick up. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. So right here is the Obsidian Goblet. I'm not going to pick this up, because if we pick up all of those, if we pick up all those rebirth items, then I'll get the wrong ending. So there's a photo of a deep hole. Where could this be? A photo of the director of the old Brookhaven Hospital. It looks like he was a famous person in the town. Photo is hanging here. Brookhaven Hospital, 1880. This hospital was built in response to a great plague that followed a wave of immigration to this area. It was originally a little more than a shack, but it gradually grew and grew. There's nothing particularly special about this photograph. Nothing useful written. So I really love this picture, because you're going to see why soon. But it's just like so mysterious. And then you have this big hole in the wall to who knows where, right? So look at this. We're going to just walk down this crazy long corridor and staircase with this really, really eerie... Turn off the light. Yeah, no. Turn off really, really eerie horn noise. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be, actually. I'm really not sure what that's supposed to be. Could be some sort of monster. Could be like a horn. I don't know. I actually still don't know what that is. I'm not even kidding. I have no idea what that is. But it gets louder and more back to back as you get closer. Super weird. Some kind of document is lying here. September 11th, 1820. Prisoner number C221. Can't read the rest. What is this? So, we're at the Historical Society, but now we're in the prison? So there's a prison under the Historical Society. And I haven't really talked about this much up until this point. But, man, dude, the Silent Hill 2 remake, if you've ever played it, they really, really, really redesigned this whole area. And real quick, I think it doesn't count. You only have to do it twice, but I'm just going to examine this a few more times. We'll probably get that ending. I don't see why we wouldn't at this point. So, man, dude, the Silent Hill 2 remake version of the prison is not even the same area, dude. Like, it's like wild. So you can come in here. I want to look at the photos. So it's familiar but different. A photo is hanging here. Toluca prison camp built during the Civil War later became Toluca prison. So this is what I don't understand, and this is where I'm talking about with like dream logic, right? If we look at the map, Rosewater Park, the Historical Society is over here. Where's the prison? Right? Obviously, you can see it right here, right? There's a prison. There's a... You know what, actually? You can see the lake in the background, though. I don't know, it's just so interesting to me because... Like... I don't know, man. It's really interesting because you can see that there's a building, but we're underground. And then we got... A photo is hanging here. Death by skewering. An execution at the prison. Death by skewering or strangulation. To choose his death is the prisoner's last taste of freedom. And you can see that these things look like the lying figures that spit the acid. It looks just like them. I don't know. I just find this so interesting. And then you got some like Ku Klux Klan looking crap going on here. Crimson and white banquet for the gods. I mean, I guess it's just like regular, like weird, like ceremonial gear, but it kind of looks like the KKK almost. You get to see a lot more of the weird, creepy, oh yeah, and here's the hole from the photo, right? Like, I mean, this is super weird. So, like, check this out. The hole's dark and I can't see anything. Will you jump down? No. The hole's dark and I can't see anything. Will you jump down? You literally cannot progress in this game unless you jump down this hole that'll probably break your legs. I'm saying, dude, dream logic. James does not care, though. He is determined. Very determined. And he ends up in a well. And somehow doesn't break his legs. I don't know how that's even possible. Again, dream logic. Alright, so for this section, they'll say it's just a wall. It would be impossible to climb this. Just a wall. It would be impossible to climb. So it's just going to kind of say that. And you would just be like, well, we're stuck down here. But you can see if you check all the pieces of the wall, if you find one spot, it's just a wall. It would be impossible to climb this. I think it was like right. I think he said it. Yeah, right here. This is different. Just this spot here feels different than the rest of the wall. I wonder if I could somehow break it. Just give me a hint. I'm guessing that the developers just assumed you would just start spamming stuff. So once you find that area, you can just attack it twice, and there'll be a door. Probably can just kind of use the shotgun here. I mean, we have a lot of ammo for it. Kick that guy. So now we're kind of in like a sewer system. I just got like hyper armor through that spit. I did not get hit by that. So like I got like hyper armor through it because I shot when he was spitting at me. Okay, so we're gonna have to go through here and go through here. So you can see that there's a key here, right? So try to grab it. I got the spiral writing key, and our flashlight died. It's locked, so we can't leave. And when you try to turn on the flashlight, I press the switch, but nothing happens. So this is where this dry cell battery comes into play. Like I was saying, this is a key item that you're going to have to use later in the game. Key with a slim 3-inch long cylinder attached. The cylinder is engraved with a spiral writing. It's interesting. So we're going to go ahead and use that. And then you can just see that there's bugs literally everywhere. So this is a puzzle where you can kind of see that there are 3 numbers that are highlighted. It's a 3-letter, I say letters, duh. Numbers, 3 numbers that are highlighted. You pick 3 numbers and you have to work your way until you find the 3 number combinations. So I'm going to just start with 1, 2, 7. Oh, wow. Okay, well, that actually worked the first try. So that's randomized every time. You would just basically, you would do like 172 next, and then you might try 217, and then you just basically try all 3 numbers in all different types of combinations until you get the correct one. It's like the first time that I actually got it the first try. Usually it takes like all of them for me to get it. Alright, so we're going to want to use that key we just got. I'm going to make sure I'm like... Okay, I'm already full in health. Like, check out the sides, right? There's like doors on the sides. Like we're jumping down a hole, but we're not really. It's pitch black beyond the door. I can't tell how far the darkness stretches. Will you go down? Yes.
Killing a person ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head. Pow. You killed him? But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it.
Calm down, Eddie. Tell me what happened.
That guy, he had it coming. I didn't do anything. He just came after me. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that, you killed him?
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Eddie.
I was just joking, James. He was dead when I got here, honest. Anyway, I gotta run.
You're going out there alone?
Yeah.
Eddie?
So, obviously, Eddie seems to be a little bit mentally unstable. I really love that cutscene where he goes, "Put the gun to their head." Pow. That's like probably one of my favorite cutscenes in the whole game. Tablet of the gluttonous pig, and that's a mess. That's actually a picture of the mess hall, but like it's already rusted, you know. It's pretty interesting. Go ahead and save here. So this is the guy that he said he didn't kill. It's a corpse. The body is marked with bullet holes. Well, you know, Eddie was holding a gun, so, I mean... But we have found a few dead bodies already in Silent Hill, so... I mean, did he really kill this guy? I don't know. It's really not... It's not, 100% certain there. So we're going to go ahead and grab that. And then we can grab the map right here. Now for the prison, we're going to actually ignore going down there for now. We're just going to grab the map and come this way. And then don't get near the doors. I'm gonna grab this. And then we can grab this item right here, the wax doll. Looks like there's on sacrifice in the art of demon summoning, Tome of the Seer, the feast of the succubi, the fallen angels of mercy and favor. I guess I shouldn't worry about these too much. Yeah, I mean, this place is a lot of religious texts and stuff. Got some hyper armor again right there. Can kind of ignore that guy because he's just kind of at a dead end. But grab that. I don't think there's even anything in here except literally some ammo. Pretty much, you might have noticed me doing this already, but yeah, I really recommend not using the gun to kill literally anything in the game. Just use the gun to knock them down and then stomp them. We'll come back to that. So that's my recommendation. I don't think those things can squirm away either, as long as they're on their back. So just keep that in mind. You can hear that, right? So this is actually a monster that's coded into the game. I'm not even sure what the name of it is, but you can see like the radio just kicked on. Tablet. The iron bar door is tightly closed. I can't force it open. So you have to do that like 3 or 4 times, and it's just like you're like stuck in there, right? It's like super cool. And then we're gonna go this way. I believe. Because I think yeah, we should be good. The prison's not too bad. When we get to Labyrinth, that's where things get pretty hectic. Yeah, there's a first aid kit that I missed right there, but so save point right there. Not sure. It should be right here, actually. So we can get the rifle here. Magazine here. I've never seen it before. It's probably a locally published magazine. Toluca Lake's the town's main tourist attraction. This clear, beautiful lake has another side as well. It may seem just like a typical ghost story that you might find in any number of old towns across the country, but in this case, the legend is true. On a fog-bound November day in 1918, the Little Baroness, a ship filled with tourists, failed to return to the port. A newspaper article from back then simply says, it's most likely sunk for some reason. Despite an extensive police search, not a single fragment of the ship, nor any of the 14 bodies of passengers or crew has ever been recovered to this day. In 1939, an even stranger incident occurred. And then some pages are torn out. Many corpses rest at the bottom of this lake. Their bony hands reach up towards the boats that pass overhead. Perhaps they reach for their comrades. A little bit of Silent Hill lore right there. Got the hunting rifle, rifle shells, shotgun shells, and some more ammo. There's a lot of stuff in here, so... That guy just spawned back in and he was like right in my face. Oh, there's a first aid kit right here too. I knew I saw James's... Oh, and then an ampoule, I think. Yeah. So like James's head, you can kind of tell where items are based off of his head location. So I think we have... What do we have? We have 2. We need 3, I believe. Did I miss one? Maybe. Watch this. Bro. They are trolling with this game, man. You know, I actually did not know that that actually happened when I first played this game. Hold on. Where's the third one? I'm trying to remember where it is actually. I can't remember where it is actually. Let me go this way. I'm drawing a blank. I don't think... Yeah, none of those open. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of late right now when I'm playing this, and my brain is not braining, and wow, he did like a different stomp animation. I haven't seen that one. I'll grab that. So, what did I not grab? Is it just 2? I thought it was 3. They've got nothing to do with me though. Alright. I could have sworn there's 3. I don't know. Drawing a blank. Oh, here it is. Okay, we didn't go in here. I was like, I know there's 3. But I couldn't remember. It should be locked. This is the third one. I don't know. It's a jail cell. And then I don't think you can open either one of these, yeah. So alright, so we can go this way now. Let me reload. So now we have the seductress. Yep. Alright. You can actually see James's head actually turned toward the noise and everything, dude. It's just like so creepy. And obviously, as you can see, some of the enemies are just kind of spawning back, so... wrong way. It's actually this one. And that thing is just crawling. All right. So like listen to this, okay? Sounds like you can hear like horses. And then there's like a gallows with 3 nooses. Okay. So this is judgment on 3 different people. We're passing judgment on 3 different people, basically. So we have the oppressor. Okay. I actually haven't really ever looked at these. The gluttonous pig and the seductress. And so we just have to like kind of like throw them in here. And it'll automatically put them in. But you can see there's like 2 pyramid heads passing judgment on the big stone plate. I believe these correlate to the 3 characters. It sounds like a guy dying. You know, that honestly scared the ever-living shit out of me the first time I played this game. So, you know, like the gluttonous pig, I'm pretty sure is Eddie. I don't know. The seductress is probably I'm not sure actually. Maybe Maria? I don't know. I don't really know actually. I just assumed the gluttonous pig is probably Eddie. It may not even be related, but it could be because they're based off of one of the 7 sins, right? Gluttony. Seductress is probably like lust or whatever, and then yeah, dude, that's super weird. And then yeah, we got a horseshoe too. So, and then what was the other one? The oppressor? I'm not sure what sin that is. I'd have to look. I'd have to have them in front of me, but I know that those 2 are 7 deadly sins. So basically, we need to get back over there. Let's go this way. I don't know, dude. That's like super creepy. Like weird, creepy noise man in the jail cells and stuff. Nah, man. I'm good on it. So, you can see here, this is the most ridiculous thing. This is definitely dream logic right here, dude. Like, no doubt. I'm gonna be honest with you. It took me forever to figure this out the first time I played this game, and it was only because I was just trying every single item I had in my inventory at this point because I had no idea what to do. So, there's a cover on the ground, but I can't open it. There's a depression left where there was possibly once a handle. So basically, we need to make a handle. Okay. So this is how you make the handle. You use a wax doll that looks creepy as all hell, right? You combine that with a lighter to melt the wax. And then you combine that with the horseshoe, right? So that you stick the horseshoe in the melted wax, let it dry, and then it becomes a handle. I'm not even kidding. That's literally the answer. This is probably the most ridiculous puzzle in the game. Because, like, think about it, right? This door has to weigh a lot, right? I mean, I'd imagine it weighs, like, 30 pounds or something, right? It's a metal door. How in the hell is a wax-made horseshoe supposed to hold that in place? The only thing I can think of is that it might work for like a minute, and then you get your fingers on it, under it, and like lift the rest of the way up. But whatever. You got to jump down another hole. And we end up in more prison. It looks like the lock is broken. I can't open it. As I approach the door, I get a whiff of some rotten smell coming from inside. So yeah, those are actually different. And don't worry. So we've got what looks like a morgue, right? Really creepy looking. And another hole. So what? This is the 4th hole that we have jumped down. How far does this thing go is what he said, by the way. I didn't mean to skip that. Another hole, this time with like blood and rust on the sides. He's not even hesitating to jump it now. You know, the first one he was like hesitating. You know, this one he's just like, oh yeah, we'll just jump through it. Dude, this dude's so far underground. I would be freaking out if I were him, dude. Like, he's like got nerves of steel. And then we have another hole. A 5th hole. Another hole. Do I really have to drop through it? Will you go down? There's a lot of... I would say there's a lot of things you can draw from this, right? All these holes. Dropping down into the deepest part of his mind. Maybe, you know, it's got some relations to like hell itself, right? I mean, we're dropping lower and lower down. Going down. Oh, it's so creepy though. Oh man, I love the prison, dude. It's probably one of the best areas in the game. And then now we're in a elevator that is driving us even further down. So we went down like that long staircase, right? We went down that long staircase that took forever to go down. 5 holes, and now an elevator that is like, this is like a 30 to 45 second elevator of just going down. I mean, there's like, where are we going, right? Like, it's like super cool to think about. Oh, dude, this is what I love about Silent Hill games, man. They're just so creepy. It's not really creepy to me anymore just because I've played them a million times, but they're just still such great games. At least this one. I've played this one the most. I've absolutely annihilated this game. So, as you can kind of see, now it doesn't look like we're in a prison anymore. It looks like we're in a house or something, right? Like, it looks like a house. Well, there's kind of a reason for that. I'm not going to spoil it yet, but I'm actually going to stop for this session, I think. I'm going to stop here. So you won't notice any difference here. I'm just going to make a cut, but I'm going to actually stop for this session. So, all right. So let's go ahead and load this up. So obviously it's been no time for you guys, but this is my third and probably final session here. We just hopped off the elevator from the prison, and now we are working our way toward what the game, I guess, refers to as the labyrinth. So, now this is probably one of my least favorite parts of the game just because I'm terrible at navigating it. But a few monsters down here, and we have wire stretching across this doorway, so we can't get through because of that. We actually have like 3 enemies here, which is a lot. Kind of just stand back like this and just kind of shoot them from afar. Since it's on, we're on normal, they kind of die in a few shotgun blasts, but man, if we were playing on hard mode, those same enemies would have taken a complete beatdown. But as you can see, like here in the labyrinth, there's going to be a lot of dead ends like that. So, I believe I'm going to kind of explore this to its fullest here. I think that's just a dead end if I remember. So I think you have to go this way. I believe this is where Pyramid Head is. Yeah. So he's right there as you come down. So basically, you don't shoot him, just run away. And then you'll find a doorway like right here. And this is kind of like intended to be his like lair, and we're gonna actually just pick up the great knife right there and some shotgun shells. If you look at it, massive weapon wielded by Pyramid Head, hard to use but lethal. We're actually gonna try to use this. There's a couple strats you can use with a couple bosses I'm not gonna spoil right this second, but the great knife is extremely useful against them. I just have never used it, so we're going to kind of see how that goes. So I'm going to come out this way, and we're going to run up the ladder. Both of these go to the same area, which is down there. Completely... It's completely, what do you call it? Optional. And kill that guy. Oh, he died in... No. I don't know. The radio stopped, but he was still alive. I don't know how that works. Ooh, this puzzle. Okay, so basically with this puzzle, you can see like we have like a room with a bunch of doors and stuff. We have to move this cube around until we get the door that we are looking for. So you can see like right here, there are no doorways now. So every time I move this cube, it's actually moving that room around. I don't remember the actual combination here, so... And I'm not sure if it's one of those that are randomized every time you play. But we need to get the doorway right here. So, in order to do that, it looks like we would need to move this over this way. So... Let's move it like one more time. So it's probably red. Or if that's orange, I don't know. Ooh. I'm like really bad at this puzzle. I kind of just, I think me, along with like most people that play this game, kind of just randomly move it until it gives you the correct doorway. So that's basically it. Eventually you'll get it. Just try all the different combinations until it comes to this doorway. I have to look that up for the 10-star rank video to see if that's a replicable like way to solve it. Because if so, you can just immediately turn it to the correct head, but it could be randomized every time you play. I'm not sure.
You're alive! Maria, I thought that thing killed you. Are you hurt bad?
Not at all, silly.
Maria? That thing, it stabbed you. There was blood everywhere.
Stabbed me? What do you mean?
It chased us to the elevator.
And then,
James, what are you talking about?
just before, don't you remember?
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
So, you're Maria.
I am. If you want me to be.
All I want from you is an answer.
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real. Don't you want to touch me?
I don't know.
Come and get me. I can't do anything through these bars.
Okay. Stay right there. I'll be there soon.
So, seems that Maria is still alive. And she's not exactly what you would have imagined her to be, I guess. She's acting more and more like Mary. Or pretending to know memories that Mary would have had, which is confusing James even more. James is already sounds like an insanely confused character at all times, so it's kind of funny to hear that. So our goal right now is to actually get to her. So now that we have the wire cutters, ignore that enemy, and we have the great knife, we can go through this doorway. And so it's becoming more and more obvious, right, that Maria is not exactly who she seems to be, right? I have a good theory, and I don't know if this is actually what was intended, right? But I'll kind of explain this toward the end of the game. It's just a dead end over here. Sorry if you hear a little bit of sniffing. I have this, I don't know, I have some water next to me. Back of my throat's been kind of filled with phlegm or something. So toward the end of the game, really, I'll try to explain what I think Maria is meant to signify. So we're gonna want to go left right here. It's not too bad navigating the labyrinth once you know where to go. Right here, I believe you're going to want to go this way, around the corner. Go down here. Reload. I guess oh yeah, it took some damage. I'm just going to immediately heal it so that for the ending, we have plenty of healing. Took another hit. Yeah, these lying figures are really, man, they're really something down here. We could just take a left right here. The other way is just like a dead end. Probably gonna get spit on right here. Nope. Invincibility frames. And again, since this is normal, they tend to be extremely not super aggressive, right? Probably heard my chair squeak, man. This thing is, man, really disappointed with the quality of this chair, but I mean, I guess I can't really complain considering how much I paid for it on Amazon. So we are now at the end of the labyrinth. I made it kind of look easy, but man, it can be really maze-like. And I mean, I know that that's kind of its intention, right? So I would really recommend saving right here because we're actually going to have a boss fight. And this is one of the bosses that I am going to try to use the Great Knife on. There's a Great Knife strategy for it. I'm going to have to practice it for the 10-star rank run. Because otherwise, there's two... Okay, I'm going to try this strategy first. If it fails, we're just going to use the backup strategy. Because, again, I've never used this strategy for this boss before. So, yeah.
Daddy, please don't!
So immediately, fast walk backwards. Okay, like you want to fast walk backwards. You don't want to. You don't want to just walk backwards because he won't move as fast. Equip the Great Knife. Immediately just press A. Oh shit. Oop. Well, that didn't work. I think I was too fast. Okay. You know what? Actually, I'm actually gonna load it. And yeah, on the PC version, you can actually load from the main menu or like the pause screen. I really want to see if I can get this. I'm sorry, but I really want to see if I can get it. So I'm gonna just do like a regular walk backwards. And just do this. Oh man, nah. So yeah, that's gonna take a lot of practice. So the main like goal right there is to try to like get him in that corner. Because otherwise, dude, like he'll grab you like insane amounts like this, and it's like insanely hard to like not take damage during this fight. But as you can see, he dies like pretty easily.
Are you okay? Angela, relax.
Don't order me around!
I'm not trying to order you.
So what do you want then? Oh, I see. You're trying to be nice to me, right? I know what you're up to. It's always the same. You're only after one thing.
No, that's not true at all.
You don't have to lie. Go ahead and say it. Or you could just force me. Beat me up like you always did. You only care about yourself anyway. You disgusting pig.
Angela.
Don't touch me. You make me You said your wife Mary was dead, right?
Yes. She was ill.
Liar! I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. You probably found someone else.
That's ridiculous. I never.
So from, as you can kind of see, like the labyrinth is set up to look like a house. And I think the Silent Hill 2 remake kind of really does a great job of this. So basically, Angela was sexually molested by her father. And I don't know if there is like any sort of, there might be like a note or something around here that kind of goes more into it, but as far as I know, I think her mother basically knew it was happening, and her brother was also kind of involved with it as well, and her mother basically just ignored it, right? So it's kind of easy to see it here, right? Because if you look at like the Abstract Daddy boss, it kind of looks like a bed with like people under the sheets. It's really, you know, obviously like horrible, but cool symbolism, I guess. Along with like the on the wall right here, the like pushing in and out of a hole. I mean, I think you can kind of connect the dots on that. So I don't know if the original game has like a document that kind of goes into it. I know that the remake does, and I haven't really talked about the remake too much, but hold on one second. I'm trying to like move away from the camera when I did that. Yeah, I have something. Man, my back of my throat is like crazy, like bad right now. I apologize for that. So yeah, that fight, you're gonna see it if you watch my 10-star rank run. I'm gonna probably practice the ever-loving shit out of that fight to make sure that I don't screw it up. Because you saw, even right there, I mean, I took like what, 2 or 3 hits, and it doesn't do a whole lot. But you know, on the 10-star rank, you had to take under 500 points of damage, and the goal really is to save right before Eddie. Right, and I guess I kind of spoiled it right there, but we're literally about to have that fight here in about 2 seconds. So, you probably won't see me fail miserably at it in the 10-star rank video, hopefully. So we have another puzzle right here. Dead men swinging in a tree. How many dead men do you see? Tongue turned blue and face gone gray. Watch them as they twist and sway. The first one killed the butcher man, then cooked him in the frying pan, served him to his hungry guests, and gave him seconds on requests. So, I'll go ahead and kind of explain this. This is basically a puzzle where we're trying to figure out which one of these quote-unquote criminals are actually innocent. So, first we have the butcher man, cooked him in a frying pan. So, this guy is not innocent. Because he basically killed people and like fed them to other people. Next one with his smile and sweets, stole poor children off the streets to men who dressed unsavory. He sold them into slavery, so a kidnapper. Right. Breaking into a home at night, the thief, he had a nasty fright, filled his foolish head with ale, woke in the morn in the county jail. So he basically got drunk. And broke into somebody's house. So obviously he's not innocent. The artist, with his daunting skill, tried his hand at painting bills, but caught in rain, he was undone when the ink he'd used start to run. So basically forging bills, forging money, counterfeit. With promises of great return, taking gold he did not earn, bundled it up out of sight, quietly slipped off into the night. So just a thief, basically. 3 houses into ashes burned. The sheriff, with no place to turn, did spy a stranger to his town, locked him up, and beat him down. So this would be the arsonist. The sheriff basically could not find the culprit and chose a random person that had visited the town to basically pin it on. So this guy would be innocent in this scenario. Dead men swinging in a tree. How many dead men do you see? 6 feet long and 6 men wide. Round their necks, the noose be tied. Man, I'm sorry, man. There's just like so much phlegm in the back of my throat. I'm like trying not to catch it on camera, or not camera, on microphone to like gross anyone out. But man, it's like really hard. So I think it's this one. Crime of arson. So basically these are all the different culprits, right? And they all have, you know, different, you know, counterfeiting, kidnapping, swindling, you know. So we basically have to pull the rope of the innocent one. So in this case, we would be pulling the arson. So yeah, I'd be very careful with this though, because if you get it wrong, a bunch of enemies will actually spawn in this hallway. So, but we got it right. So we get the key of the persecuted and the face covering that was on the person's face. And that key will actually unlock this door right here. Key left by a prisoner who was wrongly executed. Okay. So now we can enter in through this door. I mean, unless you're like, okay, I don't want to really get into this because we're about to get to another cutscene, but after this cutscene, I'll kind of maybe touch on it.
Maria? Maria?
Maria, no. What happened to you? Why? Why?
Mary.
Alright, so turns out Maria's dead for like the 2nd time. Do not go back in there, by the way. If you're looking to get the Maria ending, go ahead and go back in, but don't go back in. I mean, there's not really much you're missing if you don't go back in. I'm just saying, if you do go back in, it actually counts toward the Maria ending. So, just as an FYI, I love this music, by the way. This is one of my favorite tracks in the game. It just fills you with an utter feeling of, like, despair, man. It's so good. So we get a first aid kit. And so, there's something to take note of there. I'm not going to explain the reasoning why. I kind of want to explain it later for obvious reasons. But just take note that Maria had a disfigurement on her face. and that she was lying on a bed in a jail cell. Okay, there's, I mean, if you really dig into it, man, there's just like things that I didn't even notice the first time I played this game, or even the second or third time. And, you know, I don't watch a whole lot of videos on, like, people's interpretations of everything in this game. I'm actually going to make a note here on my notepad here, just so that I can bring this up later. So, definitely make sure you save right here. And I want to show you something kind of interesting. So, we're in a graveyard. And if we look at some of the gravestones, we have one for Walter Sullivan, who, if you remember, is the guy who killed himself with a spoon and killed, I think, it's not this one. Is it this one? Miriam K., traitor. I don't know why it says traitor. Miriam is one of the children that he killed. And then there's the other kid, which is Billy, I think is his name. The felon drank one last bottle of ale before he was executed and laid here to his eternal rest. Trying to see if I can find it. Should be in here. Maybe it's not. Okay. So maybe I missed it, but Miriam is one of the kids that he killed. Billy being the other one. I'm not sure. Whatever. Something very interesting about that, because he's basically a main antagonist in Silent Hill 4: The Room, which I will get around to playing once I finish Silent Hill 3. And I'll kind of go into it more there, but we have 3 other gravestones here that are actually not filled. And one of them here is Eddie Dombrowski. Right. Angela Orozco. And James Sunderland. So basically all the main characters of the game, except for Laura. And there's a very good reason for that. Something that I'll bring up later. So we're going to enter the grave of James Sunderland, which I just love this, by the way. And we're going to go even farther down into another hole, into a staircase. And as you can kind of see, there's like a mist here, like a fog. And we're about to enter. Oh, look at like all the blood on the walls and stuff, man. Such great mood. So, before you enter this door, there's going to be another boss fight. Make sure you save right there. And then equip the steel pipe. This is very important. Okay?
Eddie, what are you doing? What does it look like? He always busted my balls. You fat, disgusting piece of shit. You make me sick. Fat ass, you're nothing but a waste of skin. You're so ugly, even your mama don't love you. Well, maybe he was right. Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And the corpse can't laugh. From now on, if anyone makes fun of me, I'll kill him. Just like that.
Eddie, have you gone nuts?
I knew it. You too. You're just like him, James.
Hey, I didn't mean anything.
Don't bother. I understand. You've been laughing at me all along, haven't you? Ever since we first met. I'll kill you, James!
So immediately, ready up, and just hold down A. And he can never hit you. It's literally this easy. Because he has to wind it up. So he has to wind up the attack, and he's gonna always go for a punch. And you can just stun lock him. There's two phases to this fight, as you just saw. So this first phase is like the easiest because it's always like replicable. Like every time I've ever fought this guy, except for like maybe the first time when I didn't know this existed, I've just used this pipe. And I'll kind of go into like Eddie as a character and kind of what's going through it right now, here in a minute, but we're gonna just go ahead and pick up the items in here. I know I don't really need them. I'm gonna try a strat here, and I'm not gonna reload this if I get it wrong because this is gonna be like really hard to pull off. This is the hardest fight in the game. So I'm gonna just try to see if I can pull it off, but I probably won't.
Do you know what it does to you, James? When you're hated, picked on, spit on, just because of the way you look, after you've been laughed at your whole friggin' life. That's why I ran away after I killed the dog. Ran away like a scared little girl. Yeah, I killed that dog. It was fun. It tried to chew its own guts out. Finally died all curled up in a ball. Then he came after me. I shot him too, right in the leg. He cried more than the dog. He's gonna have a hard time playing football on what's left of that knee.
You think it's okay to kill people? You need help, Eddie.
Don't get all holy on me, James. This town called you too. You and me are the same. We're not like other people. Don't you know that? Let's party!
So immediately sidestep like that and equip the great knife, which I don't even think I'm going to be able to do this, but we're going to try. Which, looks like we're getting kind of lucky with the fight right here. He's just being an idiot. What the heck, dude?
Eddie? Eddie? I killed a human being. A human being. Mary. Did you really die 3 years ago?
I just like love the juxtaposition there. He just immediately like goes back to on his mission. Like James standing on business, dude. So with the Eddie fight, so you're gonna start kind of like right here. The thing is you're gonna kind of start like right here. You like sidestep, walk up, because you're gonna be like kind of like this, right? So you're going to like sidestep, walk up, and you're going to kind of want to be behind this meat. I got very lucky right there. I don't know what he was doing. He was just being an idiot. Because I don't know. Because normally what would happen is he's going to come and try to punch you immediately. Right? And if you're standing on this meat, he'll actually punch the meat. And if you have the great knife equipped, you can just do this. And it'll actually hit him through the meat. Right? And then sometimes when you do that, he'll actually go like right here. And if he does that, you can kind of judge based off of what's going on. You never want to do that attack because it's really slow. It does more damage, but that attack is way faster. Way more startup. And anytime you need to reposition, just change weapons or something to something that's easier to move around with like this. And then just put the great knife back on. So like a good tactic is like you kind of saw him go to that corner. And if he decided to do this, this is what I would have done. Immediately if he goes to that corner and he's like readying up his pistol to shoot you, you're going to just unequip the great knife, equip something else, walk right behind right here, immediately equip the great knife again, ready it up, and wait and see if he tries to go for a punch. If he goes for a punch, swing the great knife through the meat. That's really it. You're just going to be repositioning yourself so he can't hit you with a gunshot. The gunshot is what you're really trying to avoid because that'll do a ton of your health. That's like the first time I think I've ever killed Eddie without him actually hitting me, which is insane. But using the great knife is like the best strat. Because if you try to use the gun, use a gun, I found that especially like with the shotgun, like the recovery animations for pumping the shotgun, he's just going to be able to get a shot off on you like every time. So, as for Eddie himself, I think it's pretty evident. His story is probably the easiest to like unravel from just hearing him talk. Basically, he was obviously bullied pretty hard, and obviously he did not take the bullying. He took it to an extreme degree, let's just say that. So, yeah, he shot a dog, killed a dog, and then immediately shot its owner, I think. Someone on the football team, and then he fled to Silent Hill. So yeah, Eddie's, I don't know. You're gonna see there's a lot of psychologically damaged people that come to this town. They're like drawn to it. Angela being one of those as well. You know, the things that, see, the difference between her and like Eddie, for instance, is that I don't really think, obviously, she deserved anything she got. Whereas Eddie kind of deserves what he got. I mean, he didn't deserve the bullying, right? But I don't think anyone does, but the way he handled it, right? And maybe I'm wrong. I kind of just interpret things based off of what I think. I don't really watch a whole lot of videos on what the official there is no official explanation. Right? You're supposed to just kind of draw context clues and, you know, figure that out for yourself. And by the way, if you didn't know, this is on normal, so you don't have like the crazy spinning the control stick difficulty for the oars. You just go toward the light basically and just press up on the left stick. It's super easy. So for like Angela and then Eddie and then I guess Maria's different. I'm not going to really get into that. I mean, as you saw, there is no gravestone for Maria. Kind of indicative of, you know, it's a little bit of a hint, I guess you could say. that Maria is not like the others. This is another section, and I'm talking about the 10-star rank a lot, but this is another section where you have to get a certain time on this boat segment to get a 10-star rank, so I'll probably end up on the millions of other endings I'm going to have to get to be able to get that ending. I'm going to have to practice this boat section, because the boat section on hard difficulty changes exponentially, because like you have to like rotate the sticks and stuff, but it's still the same idea. You just rotate the boat in front of the lighthouse and then just go up. A good rule of thumb is to just kind of rotate until you see the lighthouse in your right hand side, like the light, and then immediately stop rotating and then just immediately start going up. Because when you stop rotating, or when you stop moving the boat, it doesn't immediately stop. This place hasn't changed at all in 3 years, so we're now at the hotel. So yeah, it doesn't immediately stop, and so that you're gonna have a little bit of momentum that's gonna carry you through a little bit extra. So just keep that in mind. For a normal playthrough, it really doesn't matter. Just rotate toward the lighthouse. So we have the Little Mermaid music box. Don't forget that. You know, actually, like I said, I've played this game like a ton of times, and when I recently replayed it before making this video, right, I completely forgot about that music box. Right? Completely forgot about it, and I'm like wondering where it is, and I finally I had to look it up. I'm not even gonna lie to you, I had to look it up because I completely forgot, and yeah, it's like right out there at the beginning. So, what's this? Waiting for you at 312. That's the room Mary and I stayed in. Mary, are you there? Or maybe. So, I got a hotel map. So, there's a certain way to take care of the hotel, since this is the last area of the game. Voice crack. I'm going to actually just go over here first and activate this cutscene. So...
Did I scare you?
Yeah, you did.
You're here to find Mary, aren't you, James? Well, have you?
No. Is that why you're here too?
She's here, isn't she? If you know where she is, tell me. I'm tired of walking.
I wish I knew.
But she said it in her letter.
What letter?
Wanna read it? But don't tell Rachel, okay?
Who's Rachel?
She was our nurse. I took it from her locker.
Okay, so this is a letter that Laura has given us, that Mary wrote. I'm gonna go ahead and read this now. My dearest Laura, I'm leaving this letter with Rachel to give to you after I'm gone. I'm far away now, in a quiet, beautiful place. Please forgive me for not saying goodbye before I left. Be well, Laura. Don't be too hard on the sisters. And Laura, about James, I know you hate him because you think he isn't nice to me, but please give him a chance. It's true he may be a little surly sometimes, and he doesn't laugh much, but underneath he's really a sweet person. Laura, I love you like my very own daughter. If things had worked out differently, I was hoping to adopt you. Happy 8th birthday, Laura. Your friend forever, Mary.
Laura, how old are you?
I turned 8 last week.
Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago. Could she really be here? Is this the quiet, beautiful place she was talking about?
Me and Mary talked a lot about Silent Hill. She even showed me all her pictures. She really wanted to come back. That's why I'm here. Maybe you'll get it if you see the other letter. The one Mary... Huh? I must have dropped it.
Laura!
I gotta find it.
Laura!
Alright, so Laura, I think this is a good time to kind of explain this because it kind of, and we need to grab this key, by the way. So we got the fish key. So, Laura is still 8 years old. Just turned 8 last week. So, if we look at this memo again, there's a lot of memos. I think it's... Wait. Maybe... Oh, no, it might be an item. It is an item, okay. So, I think she says, like, happy 8th birthday. So, it's been a week since this letter was written, basically. As far as I can tell, it's like she's stuck in time. Or this place is stuck in time, right? Obviously, and I mean, this is just my own interpretation. I don't think she was in the Silent Hill Hotel or anything. She was, or hospital, not hotel. She wasn't in the Silent Hill Hospital. This is somewhere else. But she's here. An 8-year-old. I mean, you're right. I mean, Mary's been dead for 3 years, but this kid is still 8 years old. You know. And so we're actually going to have these, like, abstract daddy enemies. There's a certain distance you want to be away from them to down them. You can use the rifle as well, since it's long range. Kind of a recommendation on that. I think on hard mode they take so much more damage, it's insane. But I'm gonna try to keep my rifle ammo kind of topped up here for something later. So it's man, there's just okay. So with Laura, I feel like it's different. She's not seeing Mr. James Sunderland. The videotape you forgot here is being kept in the office on the first floor. She isn't seeing any monsters here because Silent Hill itself is a manifestation on who is actually visiting the town, right? I think this has been said before, but you know, it's a oh yeah, I need to heal real quick too so that I can stay at green. It's a manifestation, so each monster has its own and this is exactly kind of where we're going to be putting these this is where we're going to be putting these music boxes. So we have to find 2 more. It's like a manifestation. So each monster kind of has a meaning, right? Even this monster still has a meaning to James, right? James is a character, and it's not something I can explain until kind of later. I don't think I've... actually I don't remember... Actually, no, I don't know. Yeah, I don't actually remember coming in here. Or maybe I did. So yeah, there's really nothing in here except for some ammo, I believe. Some enemies. So, and again, I kind of want to explain this, but it's going to kind of ruin the game until we get a certain piece of the puzzle. Until we find out what happened to Mary, basically. I can't really say anything, because as of right now, it's like, okay, well, she died from a disease 3 years ago, but it's starting to seem less and less likely that she's actually dead because of the letter. But now we're figuring out that Silent Hill itself isn't really reality, right? I'm actually going to go down here first. I don't really know the best way to take care of this area. Oh yeah, and those things can't hit you. They're mostly like harmless as long as you're not in front of them when they activate, like kind of like what just happened right there. So if you're in front of them when they activate, they'll actually swing and hit you. So we need that. So yeah, we've kind of seen Angela's story. We're gonna see her one more time, and that'll really kind of close it off. I think we might get some more details on stuff. Man, the hotel is probably one of the weaker areas for me in this game because I kind of just forget where to go sometimes. So I actually missed this on my recent playthrough, but there is a suitcase right here, and this is where we're going to need to use the fish key. And we get a room to 204 key. So, and there's some ammo right here. And we're going to want to come in here. So I believe there is a cutscene that plays right here. It's like a medical book. I've already read enough medical books. None of them did me any good. Actually, maybe that's just... Is that like a remake only thing? You know, sometimes I think of the remake and I'm like, oh man, was that in the original game? It might be, but I think it's later. You'll know later. I'll show it later. So obviously, James is talking about Mary's disease, which I typically like to... I mean, it could be any disease. They keep it... I think they keep it ambiguous for a reason. Which I think I'm going to get grabbed right here. Yeah. They keep it ambiguous for a reason. And that reason is, I believe, just because it can be more... I guess it could be more relatable to the player. Right. I'd imagine the story and everything that's happening here would hit a lot harder if this actually happened to you, right? Which, I mean, this... I would say that this scenario, right, is not exactly a... It's not exactly rare or anything, right? It's not rare. It's not rare. So I think them keeping the disease kind of ambiguous was on purpose. Or maybe I guess it really just didn't matter as much as it should have, so... At least that's the way I like to always think of it. So this is actually where we can use the thinner. And if you look very, very closely, and maybe this isn't really recognizable on the PlayStation 2 version because the graphics would have been way more pixelated. I don't know if this was intentional. But if you look down there, you can actually see photos of, I think that's Eddie. There's James. There's Laura. I'm assuming the other one is Angela. I can't tell. So, pretty interesting. Yeah. I see Laura, yeah. So that's kind of cool, right? I'm not sure what it's really supposed to mean other than... don't know. I actually really don't know. So we're going to use the thinner on this so that we can actually see the code. And this code is actually going to be randomized every time you play the game. So you have to do this. So the code is kill. And I'd say this, you know, it's kind of interesting. I mean, this isn't the last game they do with the whole psychological Silent Hill kind of controls what's going on, you know, how you're perceiving everything type game. But this is the last one that they really do it well, I guess, because, I mean, Downpour and Homecoming technically do it. 3 doesn't really do it. It does a little bit. I won't lie. It does a little bit, but it's not to the same degree. It's more of a continuation of the first game. So I'm going to show this real quick because this is kind of cool. So this is locked. We need to get in here, and if you can see on the map, like literally right through this doorway is the door to 312, right? So we can't get in there yet. But if we walk down,
James.
can actually hear, I don't know if it's, you know, Mary or Maria calling out for James, right? I would imagine it's Mary, right? But I don't know. The first time, because, you know, obviously I saw it the first time I played this game, but I had forgotten it existed, right? When I replayed it again, like years later. And it's just such a nice, just like the tiny things like that in this game, right? It's just, it's so good. I love this game so much, man. So we're going to use that key that we got out of the, actually, I don't remember where we got the key from. I already used it, though. We're going to have to go through this section. So we need to go in here. There's a notice above the buttons. Weight allowance 1 person. So basically we have to throw everything in our inventory on this shelf. Absolutely everything. Even if, I mean, I find it funny. Even a letter, the letter and photo from Mary will set this thing off. So, I don't know, I find that kind of funny considering, I don't know how it can be that, sensitive. But we're going to go to the first floor. And we're going to have to go through this next section without literally any items, which is, builds up the horror a little bit, you know? So, this is something that's really interesting, right? So, if you go in here, right, you find the videotape. Okay, so we saw that there was a videotape earlier when we got the room key. It was telling James, you know, he forgot a videotape, and that videotape we made, you've heard this multiple times throughout the game, right? You've seen parts of the videotape before. There's a can opener beneath the videotape, and we get a can opener too, right? So, having that can opener there is so interesting to me because there's a reason for it, right? The way the developers solved the issue of, and this is where we're supposed to go. I think that there's another door that you can actually go into to get items. I just don't remember which one. I think it's this one. Something I can read or anything. Schedule is dated 1 year ago. So we can get some rifle shells. Like, look at that old... Is that a TV, man? Wow, I think it's ancient by today's standards. Manager's office. So this is the way to go. I don't think there's anywhere else you can actually go here. Could be wrong, but it's too dark to read the map. We can't even read the map here. But there's also another map here. We have to actually stand in the light to read the map. I was like wondering, dude, because like the last time I played this, I was like, you know, I didn't go through any of those other doors, right? But that's all blocked off. You can't even go that way. And they really amped up the tension here in this in the remake, if you've ever played that. And we get the third music box because in the remake, man, they make this way more like tension, way more enemies, just overall like pretty nerve-wracking. So I don't think there's anything else. There's an enemy right there. Again, be sure that you do not walk right in front of him when he is activating, because if you do, you're going to take damage. Otherwise, they really, really are pretty harmless, so you're kind of good. And with no flashlight or anything, it's their tracking is going to be even worse. So this is what I find really interesting, right? That the game puts the can opener, right, on top of the videotape. Right? So I'm going to actually go ahead and use this. And this whole thing is kind of bizarre, right? There's light bulbs in a can. It's supposed to be some sort of reference to something I've never seen, but I don't remember the reference. Now, there's a famous runner that did a 10-star rank video that I watched years and years ago, and he asked why this even was a thing, right? The light bulb. And you have to have this light bulb to use the key on the bar. Because if you try to use it without the light bulb right there, it'll say, oh, it's too dark. Well, the reason is so that you don't forget the videotape. Okay? Right? So when we use all these music boxes, we're actually going to get the key to unlock that sliding door right before room 312. And if you were to enter the room without the videotape, it would kill a lot of the suspense and momentum the game is building to this point, right? To get the videotape, to see this videotape, right? We've been working toward this, right? So if you were to get to that room without the videotape, it would kill a lot of the momentum, and then you would have to go look for the videotape, right? You're gonna be like, the game isn't gonna be able to tell you, oh, this is what you did wrong to not progress, right? It would just be really sloppy. So they actually solved this by putting a can opener, a key item to get out of that area right on top of the videotape, so that you can't leave that area until you get the videotape. So that is why that puzzle even exists. At least that's my headcanon. So we need to go up and go across. Not this way. Wrong way. Is these doors. And we need to go get all of our items. A couple more enemies right here. If you just run at them and then kind of back up a little bit to activate them so that they don't, you know, so that they don't, like, hit you. I'm actually going to go ahead and save right here because I haven't saved since the shipping dock. Then you're good. And, like, you can see that they're, like, gone now. So we need to basically put which music box correlates to the little thing like saying under it. So on this one, there's a plate in front of the indentation and something is engraved on it. Seat of the princess who fled at midnight. So the one that fled at midnight was Cinderella. Okay. Don't play it. Seat of the princess who awoke from death. Now that would be Snow White. Eating the poisoned apple or whatever. And then the seven dwarves. And then the Little Mermaid, I believe this one just says, like, couldn't talk or something. Who spoke no words. So she's underwater, so she really can't speak. And then we can play the music box. So now that actually gives us the hotel stairway key. So this is what I'm talking about. If you get this key, right, and you don't have the videotape, it's going to kill a lot of the momentum that the game's been building. So that is why the can opener exists, and that's why like the cell battery thing exists. I think it's just a way of wanting to create a scene, but not wanting you to miss the item. That one's a little bit weirder because, yeah, it's like not really a required item, I feel like. Whereas this is very pivotal to the story, you know? So, this is the door. We're going to use the key. And we are about to play this videotape. This is the room that they stayed in. It looks familiar, doesn't it? From some of the cutscenes and stuff. That background. Well, it's about to be a long cutscene here, so I'm going to let it play. Silent Hill is written on the label in my handwriting. So this is definitely the videotape I recorded back then.
Mary,
if not, let's get going already, okay?
Laura. Mary's gone. She's dead.
Liar, that's a lie!
No, that's not true.
She died because she was sick?
No, I killed her.
You killer! Why'd you do it? I hate you! I want her back! Give her back to me! I knew it! You didn't care about her! I hate you, James! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! She was always waiting for you. Why? Why?
I'm sorry. The Mary you know isn't here. Laura, I'm sorry.
James, where are you? I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you. Please come to me. Do you hate me? Is that why you won't come? James,
That voice!
James, please hurry. Are you lost? I'm near. I'm waiting nearby, James. Please. I want to see you, James. Can't you hear me? James. Please, James. 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 James.
So, we have finally hit the climax to the game. And as you can see, the hotel is now kind of in this state of disrepair. So it turns out that James himself killed his wife. You can kind of see it in the video. He like smothers her with a pillow. Now, I'm not gonna really get into like the reasoning behind this yet, but what we just heard on the radio is, well, we don't really know, right? Because like Mary and Maria sound very similar to each other, and we've known that Maria has died like what, twice now, and she's not normal, as you can see. I think the game's really trying to drive that home, that she's not like a normal person, right? And if we try to turn on our flashlight right now, I press the switch but nothing happens, so we no longer have any light. The hotel starts to change because now we have pathway to nowhere. I'm gonna go ahead and go in here real quick, because now, yeah, now this will be here. So I'm gonna go ahead and listen to it.
Mary's going to die? You must be
Yes,
be joking.
I'm very sorry.
But you're a doctor. It's your job to heal people. How can you just let her die?
Please, calm down. As her doctor, I promise I'll do what I can. But there's still no effective treatment for her condition.
How long does she have?
I'm afraid I'm not sure. 3 years at most. Perhaps 6 months. It's impossible to say with certainty.
So that's like a little conversation. I'm not going to pick that up because that's for the other ending that we're not going for. That's a conversation that James has with the doctor about Mary's terminal illness. I mean, from all respects, right, it seems like he really did care about her. Right, he didn't kill her out of malice or anything. At least that's the way I see it. But I wouldn't really say that he did her a favor or anything either. So this hallway is going to be like kind of like a looping hallway. I believe you go this way, you get some items, and then I think it's like... you go down here. And this water and everything, there's multiple meanings to it, but one of the things that I guess it kind of shows is something that's going to happen here in a second. There's 2 ampoules right here, by the way, so pick those up. Gonna go to the basement. Now, there's one thing that I'm not ever really certain of. And there's obviously things that explain it online. I probably have read something about it, because this is the only thing I don't really have an explanation of. I know a rough guesstimation of what it kind of means, but I don't really want to talk out of my ass. And because again, the game doesn't have a this is what it means, right? It's not like, hey, this is what this means, this is what this means, right? You know, but I mean, there's multiple meanings to drive from everything in this game, and I can't really even explain all of it, right? I'm just gonna kind of like add on to things as I see them and how I know them. Kind of ignore that guy.
Mama! Mama, I was looking for you. Now you're the only one left. Maybe then I can rest. Mama, why are you running away? You're not my mama. It's you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Angela, no.
Thank you for saving me. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened.
No, Angela, that's wrong.
No, don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me. Will you love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought. James, give me back that knife.
No, I won't.
Saving it for yourself?
Me? No, I'd never kill myself. It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too. For me, it's always like this.
So that is the end of Angela's story. As you can kind of see, she hinted toward it. Her mother didn't really help whatsoever. Even right then where she was saying, "Mama, why are you running away?" Right? She basically just turned a blind eye to all the abuse that was happening. And right there, you get a good glimpse of what, you know, when she says it's always like this for me, basically. This is how she perceives Silent Hill, right? As like this basically just on fire hell. And this is kind of why I think the hotel kind of turns kind of like this, where it's kind of just like burnt and like water's everywhere, like there were sprinklers or the fire was tried to put out. I think we can probably kind of infer from this that Angela must have killed her father and I believe her brother. I'm not sure if her brother really isn't really mentioned. I don't know if there was like a file I missed, but and then she burnt the house down. Right? Is kind of how I perceive it, right? So I really find Angela's story to be one of the strongest in the game. Eddie's is okay. I feel like it's way more of a side story compared to how strong Angela's story really is, but... And then we get a 9, like, save points. This has a meaning in the game. I really don't know what it is, though. I could never figure it out on my own. I'm sure there's some theories online of what it means, but... Absolutely some theories online of what that means, but... So for this fight, this is going to be one of the last bosses of the game. I'm not going to spoil what it is yet, but I'll kind of explain kind of how I do this fight.
Stop! Leave her alone! Leave us both the hell alone! Ah!
I was weak. That's why I needed you. Needed someone to punish me for my sins. But that's all over now. I know the truth. Now it's time to end this.
So we actually had to fight 2 pyramid heads at once. They're probably going to hit you a few times. Basically, the goal here is to just go to a corner, shoot like once, max twice, and yeah, usually like twice is enough, and then just go to another corner, do it again. They get staggered after like 2 shots. There's not really much else to this fight other than just run to a corner, shoot, run to a corner, shoot. James will lock on from pretty far away. But, always make sure, you know, just reloading the menu. What are they gonna get? Ooh, juke, juke. And eventually, once they've taken enough damage, it'll end the fight. They can be pretty fast, though, so kind of be careful. It takes a good amount of rifle shells to take them down, too. Just remember, there's a good amount of recoil when you shoot the rifle. So 2 times is like the max I would shoot, especially if they're far away like this. Because if you shoot any more than that, you're probably going to get stuck. In a recoil animation. And then, there we go. And they actually just end up killing themselves after you do enough damage to them. Pyramid Head won't move anymore. Looks like he's holding on to something. I got a rust-colored egg. I got a scarlet egg. So we look at those in the inventory. It's about the size of a quail egg. Pyramid Head was holding it. See, okay, so this is another thing in the game. I'm not really 100% sure on what it really means. Like the whole Pyramid Head thing. I know that he's like basically a judgment type character. We've seen it before. And he's judging James based off of his decisions. But, you know, I don't want to speak on something that I don't really know 100% of what it can mean, right? So
Mary?
What do you want, James?
I brought you some flowers.
Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already.
Mary, what are you saying?
Look, I'm disgusting. I don't deserve flowers. Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here. Leave me alone already. I'm no use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. It'd be easier if they'd just kill me. But I guess the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive. Are you still here? I told you to go. Are you deaf? Don't come back. James, wait. Please don't go. Stay with me. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please, James. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not going to die. Help me.
So we got a little bit of a background into James and Mary's relationship during the sickness. It's really heartbreaking, honestly. The voice actress, I'm not 100% sure on her name, but whoever does the voice acting for Mary just does such a great job in this game. It really invokes emotion. But make sure you listen to the whole thing, because if you want the ending that I'm going for in this video, you're going to have to listen to the whole thing. So, this is going to be the final boss up here. And there's going to be another cutscene. And then after that, we'll have beaten the game. So, gotta go up all these stairs. And then that just kind of drops. I found that kind of crazy. And then there is Mary.
Mary?
When will you ever stop making that mistake? Mary's dead. You killed her.
Maria, it's you. But I don't need you anymore.
What? You must be joking. But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. And I'll never yell at you or make you feel bad. That's what you wanted. I'm different than Mary. How can you throw me away?
I understand now. It's time to end this nightmare.
No, I won't let you. You deserve to die too, James.
Alright, so this boss absolutely sucks. I hate it. Oh man, this boss sucks so bad. So basically when you're shooting her, she's gonna send out moths to attack you. And these moths are like the most annoying things ever. And if she gets under you, she'll grab you. But she hasn't sent out the moths yet. I'm like really surprised. Oop, that's bad. She almost grabbed me right there. There's the moths. They do a little bit of damage, but they really just are annoying, you know? And every time you shoot her, I think once she comes up to you once, right? I think that's kind of maybe how it works. Once she's... Actually, that wasn't too bad. I like the symbolism of her being kind of in like this bed, like rust-colored bed, like fixture. And then we need to shoot her one more time to end it.
James.
Mary?
James.
Forgive me.
I told you that I wanted to die, James. I wanted the pain to end.
That's why I did it, honey. I just couldn't watch you suffer. No. That's not true. You also said you didn't want to die. The truth is, I hated you. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back.
James, if that were true, then why do you look so sad?
Mary?
James, please. Please do something for me. Go on with your life. In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you. Waiting for you to come to see me. But you never do. And so I wait, wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness. I know I've done a terrible thing to you. Something you'll never forgive me for. I wish I could change that. But I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here, waiting for you. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it all is. The doctor came today. He told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better. It's just that this may be my last chance. I think you know what I mean. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I've missed you terribly. But I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Whenever you come see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me, or maybe I just disgust you. I'm sorry about that. When I first learned that I was going to die, I just didn't want to accept it. I was so angry all the time, and I struck out at everyone I loved most. Especially you, James. That's why I understand if you do hate me. But I want you to know this, James. I'll always love you. Even though our life together had to end like this, I still wouldn't trade it for the world. We had some wonderful years together. Well, this letter has gone on too long, so I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. That means that as you read this, I'm already dead. I can't tell you to remember me, but I can't bear for you to forget me. These last few years since I became ill, I am so sorry for what I did to you, did to us. You've given me so much, and I haven't been able to return a single thing. That's why I want you to live for yourself now. Do what's best for you, James. James, you made me happy.
And that is the end of Silent Hill 2. I'm probably not going to let this credit sequence play out. So I'm going to go ahead and skip that real quick. And then this is kind of the enhanced edition credits, which again, you know, fantastic mod, by the way. If you own Silent Hill 2 on the PC, you're doing yourself a big disservice by not installing this. Big kudos to everybody that actually worked on this. Other than, like I said, a few nitpicks, this is the definitive way to play the game, other than the PS2, just because the PS2 keeps a lot of the elements of the game that I find to be kind of charming for it kind of intact, you know, like the bad graphics and everything. But obviously this is an alternate way to play this game, in my opinion, so it's definitely, you know, I wouldn't say it's a replacement. It's just more of a different way to experience it, kind of like the remake. Anyway, so you can just see right there, this is kind of the stats we got. So action level normal, riddle level normal, ending leave, which is the one we were going for. Ending clear 2 out of 4. We had 18 saves, took us 3 hours and 52 minutes. Which I think you only get 3 hours for the 10-star rank, and I was literally taking my time through this whole video. And I still did pretty well in terms of time. Items, we actually got about 241. Actually 67 by fighting, so we actually did a good amount right there. I wasn't even looking for them. Boat stage time, pretty slow actually, which is weird. I don't know. Anyway, I love this music, by the way. This is one of my favorite tracks in the game. But I just kind of wanted to touch on that ending there. You know, if you don't want to hear any of this, you can go ahead and click the video off. The game's over. Voice crack. Game's over. Sorry. But there's a lot of things to draw from the game. I mean, there's so many things, dude. You could look at Maria, for instance, is basically James's ideal depiction of what he wanted Mary to be. Something that she could not be because she was chained to a bed sick. She was wearing like sexy clothes, you know, walking around. She mentions multiple times that she would be anything he wanted her to be, basically, right? And when he would ask her, hey, are you, you know, Mary, they share the same memories because they're the same person, but they present themselves in completely different ways. For instance, like, well, I'm not your Mary. Well, she's not Mary technically. She's what James wants Mary to, deep down wants her to be. Right, and there's a lot of scenes in the game that kind of hint to this, like the Pyramid Head, like, I guess, rape scene in the apartments where he's, you know, it looks like he's sexually assaulting, like, the mannequin. That also has drawbacks to James's character being more sexually frustrated because of what's happening with Mary. And it's complex, right? It's not like he killed her for this reason, right? It was multiple reasons. The way I see it, he was selfish, but also compassionate, right? So Mary says this a lot of times. She basically forgives him at the end of the game, right? I want you to just live your life. This is what she was wanting. She wants him to live his life. She wants him to be happy. But this letter was written before he killed her, right? So it's hard to say. Even the developers have pretty much said that I wouldn't say canon ending, because there's no canon ending to the game, but the developer insinuated canon ending is the in-water ending where he kills himself. If you didn't know, and it's actually hinted to this in the in-water ending, during that scene that we just watched in the in-water ending, he actually picks Mary up and walks out the door. And then you hear a trunk closing, and then you don't see any of this. He gets in his car, he drives into Toluca Lake, and he kills himself. And even in the rebirth ending, it's also shown that Mary is in his trunk, right? So he basically brings her body with him, and he suppresses the whole act of killing her, which is why he's looking for her the whole game. Again, psychologically damaged people are drawn to Silent Hill. I mean, look at Angela, look at Eddie. And in the leave ending, obviously he leaves Silent Hill with Laura. It's supposed to it's Mary's ending, basically, right? It's the good ending, the ending that Mary would have wanted. However, that's not really the realistic ending. I mean, it's even down to, I'll show it in a second, the main menu, right? So I'll just go ahead and clear through this. I'm going to go ahead and save my clear data. I'm going to go ahead and save over the original game result. Since I saw that 2 out of 4, we're good there. So you can see, like, in the background of the game, there's a big water theme in the game. It's really hinting toward, you know, James, the in-water ending, right? So another thing to, like, look at, like, for instance, when Maria is in the cell and he finds her dead again, she comes back to life over and over because she's not a real person. She is a manifestation of, again, what, and this is just all my conjecture, obviously. There's no, this is the meaning behind this, right? There's an intended meaning, right? There's an intended way the developers wanted you to see things, obviously. But when it comes to more of the abstract nature of some of the things in the game, you can kind of interpret it any way you kind of want, right? the way I see it, right, there's a lot of hints throughout the game about what's really happening, right? With Maria in the cell, when he finds her, you know, I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, but you could see on her face that it's scarred. And just overall, she looks like, only on her face, though, right? I think this is kind of a something you can draw from later in the game when you find out he actually smothers her with a pillow and kills her, is that it's a manifestation. It's showing that, you know, it's got, I don't know how to explain it. It's you know, her face being messed up is kind of a what do you call it? A foreshadowing of, you know, Mary being smothered to death, right? Her face being smothered. Being in a jail cell on a bed, right? I mean, it's she dies on a bed. Mary dies on a bed. She's stuck in a jail cell. Her body basically feels like a jail cell. The hospital was a jail cell. She couldn't leave. Back in the hospital, when you go back to Maria's room that you drop her off in with the pills, you know, it's just a hangover, whatever. The pills that Mary had to take because of her sickness, the thousands of pills she had to take. So there's a lot of things you can draw from this. Everything that Mary says or Maria says, and at the very end of the game, you defeat Maria, right? You fight Maria, and you basically give up the facade that is Maria, basically. I mean, you know what I mean? She's not a real person. So, I don't know. Like I said, Silent Hill 2 is, I mean, you could do this for hours. You could look at any monster, right? Items, anything in the game, like notes, all this stuff. I mean, they all have meanings. The developers put into the game, and this is why this game is just one of my favorite games of all time, and why it's pretty much an all-time classic in terms of storytelling and just presentation, the camera angles during scenes changing, and the game is just, yeah, it's just a masterpiece. I mean, really, you know, experiencing it for yourself, I don't really think it's necessary, just because I think the best part of this game is the story, is everything that has to do with that, not really the gameplay. I like the gameplay, but obviously it's dated, but you really have to experience it, right? And I mean, I feel like a video is good enough, but, you know, I always encourage anyone to experience it for themselves. So yeah, I just wanted to do a legit regular playthrough of the game. I don't want to have this go on longer than it needs to be, because this video is already going to be longer than it needs to be. You know, I just wanted to do a playthrough of the game because this is one of my favorite games of all time, top 3 easily. So I felt like this game deserved a playthrough without me skipping all the cutscenes, right? Because that's the best part of the game. So the 10-star rank video will be out probably, hopefully, in a week or two. Depends on how long it takes me to get the other endings and then put together a video for that. So anyway, thanks for watching, and hopefully I can see you in that next 10-star rank video. I'll be explaining a lot more about the endings and how to get them, and, you know, deeper game mechanics that I didn't really go over in this video just because they weren't really necessary. So hopefully I see you in that video. But thanks for watching, and have a good day. Thanks.